No me diga. ¿Y si me secuestran?
That's not a thing.
Lo que pasa es que el trabajo te tiene muy estresada.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Welcome to Town Hall in Miami Lakes. My name is Vice Rodriguez, and we have a special presentation tonight of the Miami Lakes Optimist Club. We have all three champions from the 12U, 10U, and 8U divisions here tonight to recognize their hard work and dedication of both the children and their parents, the coaches, and everyone involved in winning a championship at any age is very special. And you guys will remember this, I'm sure, for a long time. So we're going to start with the 12U Angels. If you guys can come up. Remember, this is... Coach, do you want to say anything on behalf of your team? Or
Good evening, everyone. First of all, to the Town of Miami Lakes, thank you among all the uncertainty, everything that's going on, for providing a beautiful park for us to play in. For the parents, we started as a team, we ended up as a family. So for that, I am truly blessed. The only thing I don't like is having to let go. But I appreciate everything you guys have done for us. Thank you.
thank you very much. Joe, you want to take a picture? Next up, we're going to go with the 10U Pirates. Congratulations, guys. Come on in. Coach, you want to say some words on behalf of your team?
Well, first, I want to say thank you to the Town of Miami Lakes for providing, obviously, the program for us, and given the situation, again, like Coach reiterated, that with COVID and everything, I'm very thankful that you guys were allowed us to have this program, and very proud of these young men right here who put together a great season and had an awesome championship game. A round of applause for these kids right here. And just one last thing, kudos to all you parents, because I know it takes a lot of time and dedication to bring these kids out here for practice and games and getting them ready with everything going on. So thank you to all you parents for putting in the time and effort.
Awesome. Great job. All right, bro. Thank you. All right. Last but not least, the 8U Angels.
Want to first go ahead and thank the Town of Miami Lakes for the recognition for the boys, all the boys divisions. I mean, it is, like the coaches stated, it's a big dedication and commitment, and these kids did it. These kids did it at 6 years old. The oldest I have is 7, 8 years old, and they put their hard work into it, and then they got themselves a championship. Good job, boys. Very proud of you.
Congratulations to all the winning teams. Good? All right, we're done?
Do you want to get all teams together? Or do you want to do that?
You want to? You guys want to take one group picture with all the kids? Yeah? Come on. Yeah, we do. Can we move this? We don't need to? Good? Come on down. All the teams come down. You guys go in the front like the big guys go in the back. Get on a knee. Little guys on a knee. Little parents in the middle. And then
One knee. 8U, one knee. 8U, one knee.
guys, one knee down. These guys, coaches, come here. You're right next to you.
Paulo, you got to be in the back. All right. Everybody smile.
Now you guys got to get ready for the next season. All right. Have a good evening, everyone. Madam Clerk, you can please call the meeting to order. 6:30. Let's get going.
You just approach the podium and you can state your name and address and start speaking.
Madam Clerk, we can go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Council Member Alvarez.
Present.
Council Member Dieguez.
Here.
Council Member Fernandez.
Present.
Council Member Collazo.
Present.
Council Member Ruano.
Present.
Mayor Sid is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Present.
Vice Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start off with the moment of silence and prayer from Daniel Velasquez of Included Church.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. You've protected us during these trying times. You have been with us. We thank you for your love. We ask that you would be the one giving wisdom tonight to all of the leaders that you have placed here, that you in your heart have put here to watch over this town that is so dear to your heart. So we pray and we declare wisdom over all the leadership to make your will be done in this town. In your name we pray, amen.
Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Josh Dieguez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. We're going to move on to the Better You Minute from Ariel Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, staff of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. We've all come in here today with a goal, whether it's an issue that we're here to discuss or a point of view that we want to get across. But I ask you to take a moment and pause. Take a deep breath. Are we here to listen to others? Are we here just to express our point of views without listening to somebody else? Sometimes it's important to stop in life, take a pause, and acknowledge that others may have a good point of view and a valid argument as well. We're here today, and yes, we do have a valid argument. We do have a valid point of view on the issues that we're here to discuss, but the fact is that others might as well. When we're building a community, it's important for all of us to come together and have a fruitful discussion. Let everybody discuss their point of view, and let's listen to each other. Together, we can always come up with a better solution and make our community a better place for all of us to live. So let's take a pause, take a deep breath, let's listen to each other, and together, let's keep Miami Lakes growing beautifully.
Thank you. Moving on to order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Any motions? I have one item that needs to be pulled. It's item 14I. The clerk just advised. Any other deferrals, additions, or deletions?
Pardon me, Mr. Vice Mayor, that was 14I, you said?
14I was Partnership Solid Waste Management. The clerk has asked that be pulled.
And where's it being moved to?
I'm sorry?
Where's it being moved to?
No, it pulled,
pulled
not to
altogether.
be discussed.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. My apologies. Thank you.
Vice Mayor,
Yes, sir.
do you want to pull the items specific, the new business items specific to Mayor Sid? And,
Nope, the instruction was just that one. The other ones were gonna be heard.
okay.
Yep. Any motions? Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Moving on to public comments. Public comments is now open. You want to speak on behalf or against an item, please come up, say your name and your address.
Hi, council members. Oh, excuse me.
And
Hi,
name and address for the
Hi,
record,
council
please.
members. My name is Jeff Donner. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning for COVID Testing Sites for America. We're located right here at 15600 Northwest 67th Avenue in Suite 203. Pablo Smith is the president. He's right next to me. We're here to talk to you in reference to COVID testing for your city, for your local schools, for businesses. Excuse me. We've developed a structure and method in our company that we have 36 testers that are trained to do saliva testing. Unlike the nasal swab testing, saliva happens to be the primary testing methodology for Omicron. Omicron lives in the buccal cavity in the back of the throat. You could either use a buccal swab that goes to the back of the throat or saliva testing. We prefer saliva testing. It's a PCR test that takes approximately 48 hours to get a result through the email. This is covered through the CARES Act, so we're able to provide this service free at no cost to schools, businesses, city council members, anybody in Miami Lakes. We're able to do this 7 days a week. We have great young people that are helping us. They're very excited. They wear gloves, they wear masks. They're very well trained. They understand the pitfalls of potentially getting COVID themselves. We just ask that we have the opportunity to test as many people as possible to help stop the spread. By stopping asymptomatic spread is really key. We all know the people that are sweating and that seem like they have COVID. It's all of us that may have COVID, that may be spreading it to elders, people with diseases, immunodeficiencies, and a lot of children potentially have COVID that seem asymptomatic, which is great, but if they infect a whole school, you'll end up closing a school. If you have a business and you lose employees and you have to close your business, that's a lot of revenue loss to yourself and the city. So we're here to help you stop COVID. And we're able to work as much as possible. We could work with businesses that have 1,000 employees. We could work with people that only have 10 employees. And we want to test every week. There's no cost for this. That is the CDC guidelines for PCR testing. If you have any questions, please now. Otherwise, we'll leave some literature that you can look over, as well as Pablo's card and myself, and we're available anytime. It takes about 3 to 5 days to get ramped up to test.
Can you repeat the name of your company, please?
COVID Testing Sites for America.
And it sounds like a little bit different than the item that we're going to be hearing on the agenda now. You are not site-specific. It sounds like you're mobile. You go to the business.
Yeah, we could go to wherever it is.
Okay. And you're a local company, correct?
Yes, right here in Miami Lakes at 15600 Northwest 67th, Suite 203.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
Is
very
there a way
much.
that I can get in touch with you after the meeting?
Yes, can I leave some literature?
Sure, thank you.
Can I have your cards?
Sir, leave it with the clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pedro.
Thank
That's
you very much
Regina.
for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on an item or in public comment? Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armando Bernal IV. I live in 14850 Dade Pine Avenue. I come today because I would like to suggest building a skate park in the youth center. I'd like to lead a team of students to build a skate park. I've lived here all my life, and I don't have anywhere to skate. I think it's a pretty big deal because I have lots of friends that get into injuries or skate places where they're not supposed to, and that can cause some problems. So I think it'd be a good idea. It'd be beneficial if we were to build a skate park.
Thank you.
I have some questions though.
We're not supposed to go back and forth with during public comments, but any questions you have, you can direct them either through the clerk to us, and we'll be happy to answer them. And
thank you.
All right.
What park did he say?
Thank you.
No, but what?
Anyone else? Public comments? Yep.
Do I gotta press the button or no? Oh, okay.
Just make sure the microphone's on. Name
Yes,
and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Gonzalez. I live in 11800 Northeast 11th Avenue, Biscayne Park, Florida. First, the item on the agenda I wanted to just briefly talk about, I know we've talked about before, is the naming of the street of Ofrén. Once again, I believe the information has been passed out to the people, so hopefully it will be voted today. So I appreciate the support for that item on the agenda. And then one item I wanted you to consider is I'm involved in different things, and I've actually worked with Councilman Collazo before. I don't know if you guys know, but February is Rare Disease Month, and the last day of February is Rare Disease Day. So I want the town to consider maybe having a virtual walk. There's really no cost to the city. It's just to bring awareness throughout the community in reference to rare diseases. I have done walks before, actually, in the city of Hialeah Garden. I've asked every city to proclamate the last day of the month for Rare Disease Day. But because of COVID, I think actually doing a virtual walk would be something of interest. Because I've been involved with the naming of the street, I've seen how your city has the advisory council specific to kids with persons with special disabilities. Yesenia Leiva, I've worked with her before. She was actually assisted us in the walk as well. So something just for the council to consider. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next.
Joey Formoso, 8470 Northwest 178th Street. I think you should have let the kid ask a question or two.
I understand. I've spoken to him about it, and I'll be in touch with him directly, but we're not supposed to go back and forth in public comment. I understand. Thank you, though. Anyone else?
Good evening. Bonnie Cintrone from Lewis Road. Council members, Mr. Peterman, and staff. Naturally, I'll begin by extending my wishes for a healthy and prosperous year for all of you. But I now want to express my aspirations for the coming year regarding your governing of our town. I commend all of you for your dedication to keeping our town a desirable place to live. But as usual, I have observed that some of you, perhaps we could label a bit overzealous at times. My message to all of you is to please restrain yourselves and stop always thinking that bigger is naturally better or that growing is always beautiful. The truth is that an attitude like that is deadly when it comes to preserving this town's intended image. Many of us cannot afford to see our taxes steadily increasing and the traffic issues are hard enough to endure as they are now without bringing more projects into play that would only make matters worse. This is the same message of constraint that I have often delivered, and it will always be the mantra I offer. I sincerely hope that you will take the advice of many of us and adopt a more conservative perspective of how the town governance should be done. Opening your minds to a new attitude is a bit in order. If each of you makes a personal commitment to adhere strictly to the Constitution of the United States, as well as to that of our own state, then you should have no trouble hearing "we the people." You are not in office to come up with grandiose ideas that will make you look progressive. Your primary purpose should always be to preserve the quality of life for the residents of Miami Lakes, period. So that's my food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Anyone else wishing to speak on an item, public comment?
Good evening, Council. Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court. First of all, Happy New Year. Second of all, I just want to thank Bonnie. I mean, she's a jewel of this community. Everything you just said was beautiful. Second of all, third of all, with regard to items on the agenda, I want to thank Councilwoman Ruano for your items with regard to the renaming of the streets. I think that a community should recognize its heroes, recognize people who affect us in our hearts, such as Jakey Duque, but also literally keep us safe. You know, the heroes, these are almost comic book heroes. You're talking about Sergeant First Class Adechaga, Sergeant Eddie Perez. These are people who should be recognized, and I'm very glad that this item is on the agenda. With regard to Councilmember Rodriguez's item with regard to the town wireless and data reception, this is an item that I've actually privately discussed with my fellow neighbors, members of the community. Signal in this community, in this town, is abysmal. There are many, many dark spots, and you know, we feel it in this world where we have to be constantly connected and constantly on the go. It's critical, and so I admonish every member of the council to support that item and to also direct the manager to look at items of or ways of not just increasing signal, but even monetizing it. I have heard of many municipalities who are able to monetize cell phone signal by leasing the area where they put their towers. Lastly, during committee reports, you will hear from the Blasting Advisory Board. The Blasting Advisory Board will be discussing a potential trip to Tallahassee to advocate on behalf of the town of Miami Lakes to our elected officials in Tallahassee. I cannot stress enough that the cost of this trip is nothing compared to the millions and millions of dollars wasted in this community because of blasting damage. Blasting is an epidemic in this community. Everyone in this room has felt it. COVID has only enlarged our experience of it because we're home more than ever before. Before, we just didn't realize it because we weren't there to feel it. We were at work. Now we're home. We feel these tremors. We feel these vibrations coming through our homes, and we need to put a stop to this, or at least strongly limit it. And that's what we're going to be pushing in Tallahassee, to push Congressman Fabricio's item and any other item that may support the reduction in blasting. Have a great night.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comment? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do, Vice Mayor. I see 2 participants. If you're at home and you want to participate in public comments, please just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the regular council meeting.
Esperanza Reynolds. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, we hear you, Ms. Reynolds. Good evening.
Okay, before you start recording me, please be aware that after I am done, Alex wants to read public comments as well. I live at 8465 Menzies Terrace, and I also want to wish everyone a Happy New Year and happy birthday to Gina in Wansel, who shares the same birthday with me on January 5th. We have identified the need to revise the preamble of the Town of Miami Lakes Charter. Why? It was challenged by a constitutionalist that realized that the purpose of government is not the protection of the governed, and here is the suggested revision. We, the people of the Town of Miami Lakes, in order to secure for ourselves the benefits and responsibilities of home rule, and in order to provide a municipal government to serve our present and future needs, do hereby adopt this charter. The oath of office in Town of Miami Lakes promises that this government has been created to safeguard and protect the Constitution of the United States and to ensure constraint of government power, protecting freedom, not the governing. We recognize that the orderly, efficient, and fair operation of the government requires the intelligent and informed participation of individual citizens, and toward this end, all persons are entitled to receive fair, equitable, and prompt treatment, full and accurate information, and convenient access to public records and government officials. Therefore, as the year begins, we humbly ask to be granted the following priorities for 2022. A year when we entered an election cycle that promises to be brutal. So much is at stake, such power hangs in the balance. The very existence of our republic seems to be at that crucial moment in recent history when we either continue the greatest government experiment of a republic form of government, or we fail to deserve the legacy of a Declaration of Independence, Federalist Papers, Bill of Rights, and the Constitution of the United States. So we ask you to conduct a constitution review where all administrative personnel, elected officials, attorneys, police, discuss the oath of office and how do they ensure adherence to constitutional government principles. Review of all documents prior to putting them on the agenda to ensure the constitutionality of what is suggested, and to rescind and remove any and all legislation that after review violates the Constitution because it was written to constrain government, and we seem to only grow the power of government, taxation of residents, forgetting the most important aspect of a republic, which is the focus on individual rights to prevent the tyranny of the majority. Thank you. And now I'll put Alex on. Please excuse me.
Hello, Alex Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. We understand the subject of license plate readers is again surfacing for Section 1 guard gate. In our opinion, please leave it as it is, without the LPR cameras. The most important point is that in my opinion, or the opinion of a few of our neighbors, and with all due respect, the opinion of the council members or the police should not determine if we place LPR cameras or not place LPR cameras. The only factor that should be taken into account should be the specific promise in the petition of the residents of Section 1 that was then voted by all owners in our area back in 1995. The residents voted on a specific promise and agreed to tax themselves above and beyond their normal tax for a specific additional service, which is a 24-hour unarmed visible sentinel guard service. The voters agreed to close all entrances and only leave one opening where the guardhouse would stand. It passed because there was a limit in the intrusion upon residents entering and leaving their homes, and very importantly, a limit as to what the cost would be for the residents in Section 1. In fact, the actual text of the ordinance reads, estimated total district cost, $331,000 for the first year. Second and succeeding years, $130,000, assessed to the total number of parcels then, or 593. Today, there are additional properties belonging to Lake Elizabeth, the Anchorage, and Regatta Point. A total of 823 assessed properties located beyond the guard gate, 18 that belong to Lake Sandra, front Montrose, and as these derive no benefit from the guard gate, they are not assessed. Unlike other government services and accompanying costs, Section 1 guard gate does not fall within the scope of the general discretion of our elected leaders. These services are not funded by general taxes. These are specific special services petitioned by only the owners of the specific Section 1 district, and therefore should only be changed by owners of property who live with and pay for the consequences. In 2016, to change the oversight from the county to the town, there was a vote by Section 1 owners. So if it was deemed appropriate to have a vote on the governmental entity overseeing the management of Section 1, how could it not be right to vote if there is an attempt to change the scope and nature of what the owners voted for? This is at the entry and exit of our home.
Mr. Ariano, can you hear me? Your time is up. 3 minutes. Thank you for your time. Anyone else wishing to speak in public comments? Welcome.
Good evening, Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Oh, I'm sorry, the mayor's not here. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm sure at this point, we have all seen the latest headline in the Miami Herald, okay? Former Miami Lakes building manager is now suing, okay? Is being sued by Carlos Perez. So clearly we're being brought into another lawsuit for 2022. Way to start off the year. So in reading this complaint, it's definitely an interesting read. And we will have to wait to see how this case unfolds, as we must keep in mind we are innocent until proven guilty. But that being said, it is truly disappointing that Miami Lakes once again finds itself embroiled in another case where allegations have been made of interference with the building officials' duties, which is obviously against the law. And I know that we discussed this back in March when this issue came up, so this should be of no surprise to anyone. Let the truth prevail and let the chips fall where they may. So this is just another case that now has to be defended on top of the 6 other cases that you are already involved in. Perhaps we need to take a closer look at this point at how we proceed the following year, as it seems that we are going to be spending a lot of money in legal fees. And while the following item is not on the agenda, it certainly does not preclude me from speaking out against it, which is a $30 million at this point, because that number, fluctuates every time, the wind changes direction, on the Optimus Park. And we are talking about purchasing construction items at a point where we know inflation is through the roof, there's scarcity in product, and you have to, at this point, quantify whether or not the need is that great to indebt the residents of Miami Lakes with this type of financial burden. So the question is, and it lies on your shoulders, should we at this point, during these particular times, be embarking on this major financial endeavor? Based on actions taken by some on this council, it is clear that spending is not a concern. Indebting the residents is permissible and totally acceptable. I would urge you to take a step back and contemplate not moving forward with this issue, given the number of legal matters that you are currently involved in, particularly the one of the bridge litigation, which is one that is going to change the outcome of how this town functions. So we also have to take a look at what our current economic state is in, and before we start moving forward with making any of these major expenditures, look at everything that you have on your plate, because it certainly is a lot. By the way, just a question, maybe somebody can answer it. Do we have a final executed joint use agreement yet? Oh, I forgot, we don't take questions, but you may want to contemplate that when the report comes up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claudia. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. Stephen Herzberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court. Just briefly here to support the item regarding the blasting proposal of doing a trip to Tallahassee. I understand that some people or some members of the council might have an issue with a proposed budget from the board, but it should be clear that this trip is worth the cost. One, as stated by Mr. Murray, the millions of dollars every year that residents are having with the blasting issue. Two, realize the people that are committing to go up to this trip. You have 3 attorneys, all who have been involved in politics and have some sort of lobbying experience. You have the chairman, Mr. Martinez, who has excessive expertise in this issue. These are people that would charge the city hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour just for their time. Instead, members of the board are willing to take time away from their work, away from their homes, to go and try to speak to every representative possible to get momentum on Representative Fabricio's proposed bills. So it's important that this is a consistent effort, and not being able to start now is just going to hurt the town's efforts in trying to get any type of change in state legislation, state regulation regarding blasting. So I urge all the members of the council to support the blasting board's item. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment still open. Anyone wishing to speak on any items, please come forward. You can also speak on specific items when those items come up. This is just public comment.
I would like to state for the record the written public comments received earlier today. They were sent to me via email, and they're written public comments, and I just state their names. Ms. Hope Reynolds. Ms. Hope Reynolds as well sent on behalf of the residents of Lake Glen Ellen. So I'm just gonna state the name of Mr. Harry Bollinger, Maria Santelices, Georgina Luces. They were all included in that email. Mr. Alex Ariano as well sent an email, and Ms. Pilar Dalmau. So for purposes of the record, their names have been read.
Thank you very much. Going once, going twice. Public comments is closed. Moving on to appointments. Madam Clerk, there's a change that needs to be made on the listed names of appointments. Morales Castilla, the Cultural Affairs, is my appointment, and not Councilman Collazos. Just note that for the record, and I'll move the nominations. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on to committee reports. Item 8A, Special Needs Advisory Board. Sure. Anyone here who is being nominated for a committee? Please stand. Thank you very much for your service, sir. Thank you. Special Needs Advisory Board?
Good evening. First of all, I want to wish you all a happy new year, happy and healthy new year. The reason why we're here today, the board recently voted to, we want to introduce more programming, special needs programming into the town. We already have a vendor, Miss Audrey Amadeo. She's the founder of Arts for Autism and Spectrum Dance. She is currently doing our dance program. It's extremely successful. Those of you who have had the chance to come and visit us, you've seen the kids are having a great time. The classes are full. So we also want to increase the number of classes because there are waiting lists. That's how popular this program is. Miss Audrey is here today to so she can explain the additional programs that we want to introduce to the town. We hope that you consider them and vote on them tonight. I would like to call Audrey up here for now.
Thank you, Vivian. Yes, and I have copies for you guys, too. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. It's good to see some familiar faces because some of you have already come out to my class. But for those of you who don't know me, my name is Audrey Amadeo, and I am the founder of the Arts for Autism Foundation. I actually, fun fact, started Spectrum Dance Therapy here in Miami Lakes 9 years ago as a small business, and quickly a year later, it became a nonprofit organization. We've moved around, and in this last season, we got a home here in Miami Lakes. You guys have been very generous in giving us the space to do so. Since then, we have grown our program, and just last week, we opened registration, and on day one, we had 51 students apply for this program. We currently, with 2 rooms, have space for 30 students. So as you can imagine, we have 20 students on a wait list right now as it stands. So aside from the additional programs that I am requesting today, I'm also asking for an additional room for that Saturday class so that we can accommodate more students. And then now to what you have in front of you, this are two different programs that I am proposing to start here in the town of Miami Lakes, so requesting more days and rooms. I am a board certified behavior analyst, so I come with 11 years of experience working with the autistic population in the realm of behavioral therapeutic services. So with that expertise combined with my passion for the arts, and obviously the Arts for Autism Foundation being my passion project that I've dedicated my life to, I would like to start an Arts for Autism Academy, and this academy is going to focus on those individuals who are out of school range, so preschool age children and adults. Those children who do not have services within the school system are in desperate need of therapeutic services and educational services and some fun, so add some arts, creative arts to that too, and then that way you guys will be one of the only towns offering a unique type of program to these children. And you'll see on there all the things that we'll be working on in the preschool readiness program. You'll see we'll have art, music, dance therapy, teacher time, independent work bins to work on those independent life skills, social play areas, functional play areas, work on handwriting, fine motor, and even work on feeding while we do snack and lunch time. And then in the adult day program that we're also proposing, will also include art, music, dance therapy, job readiness, social activities, social hours, and advocacy training. You'll see down there the sample schedule that I am requesting. It's Monday through Friday for the preschool, seeing as they need the consistency of every day. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. if we're able to get more hours. And Tuesdays and Thursdays, twice a week, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for the adult day program. And of course, our Saturday dance class, Spectrum Dance Therapy class at 11 a.m. to go from 2 classes to 3 classes. And we're servicing ages 3 and up. So we would have like a baby class, a teen class, and an adult class going on Saturdays. In the next page, you'll see the different forms of payments. So this will be private pay, not through insurance, because there's a lot of issues with insurance and it limits the amount of people that can access these types of programs. And so it also benefits those who do have insurance, can bring therapists and help support the program through them privately, but not through the town. So through Arts for Autism scholarships, because we are a nonprofit and we do fundraise on our own, we will be providing scholarships. Discounted pricing for Miami Lakes residents, and those who qualify for Gardner and VPKSIS, which are specialty government grants that are given to special needs families. I am a provider for those grants, so I would be able to accept those funds. You'll see there the forms of payment listed on there. I don't think I need to go into detail. I mean, it says it there, the resident and the non-resident rates. I also listed on the second to last page the additional services that I could provide to the town. The reason I included this was because I am a vendor with the town and I do already have a lease agreement with the town, but every time I want to put together a program, I don't want to have to come and present to you guys. So I kind of listed it all out there of some of the things that I could do with parent support groups and even training some of your businesses, some of your staff on how to be more inclusive and disability conscious. And we also want to have some community fundraisers twice a year. I'm already in talks with having our first one in April, which is Autism Awareness Month, on April the 10th. And do it annually, and do one annually every December, a showcase. So you'll see there, our goal is to serve the community, tailoring these individualized artistic programs, behavioral programs to promote creativity, independence in a unique way where the children, the parents, and therapists could come together to support this community. And the Arts for Autism Foundation, together with the Town of Miami Lakes and the Special Needs Advisory Board, can truly make a positive impact in these families' lives, as we've already seen just with a 1 class a week dance class. And this is a way to give like a multidisciplinary approach to helping these families. And it's led by professionals, so it's also a perk. But that's all.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the committee members?
I'd like to move to take a vote on this so that I believe that there's no funding necessary.
No.
So I'd like to move to vote on accepting these programs in the community and allowing for more space at the community center.
Yeah.
Or I don't know where we might have space. We might have space at the youth center.
Yeah, if you pass this, what I'll do is I'll ask the advisory board to meet with Jeremy, and they'll work out and they'll find a spot for him. you know, have to be flexible with days and times and so forth, but we'll
Correct.
make it happen.
Perfect. I'll second the motion
Thank you.
for discussion. I know Councilman Collazo had a question.
Yes.
Great, Audrey, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for all the work that you guys are doing. Really just to continue to build on the mission that was started a long time ago. And I know that a lot of the funds that you guys require aren't necessarily coming out of any of the residents' coffers. You guys do all your own fundraising. You guys are autonomous. Thanks to the mayor's gala and all the proceeds, it's kind of your thing. So we want to support you in any way possible. We want you to continue to do that. We don't want to be an encumbrance. My questions were more just along the lines of what I stated. You're really not coming to us asking for anything.
No.
You're not asking for money. It looks like this thing is a private pay program.
Correct.
People pay their way through.
Yeah.
What you're just asking is unilateral support to do this, and I don't see any
To
reason
give
why
us a space,
I
correct,
don't
'cause
see any
I-
reason why we would not be fully supporting you. So thank you so much for the work that you do, and continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion before we take a vote? Sure.
I had one more point that I wanted to bring up. Ms. Yesenia Gonzalez was here, and she commented regarding a walk that she wanted to put together, and I know that it's short notice and it might not be possible this year, but I'd love for for this committee to collaborate with her to see potentially if it would be possible to be done this year, or if not, looking forward to a collaboration next year. Thank
She's
you,
still
guys.
here?
Yes, she's still here. Thank you, and thank you, Yesenia.
Perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Moving on to item 8B, the Blasting Advisory Board. Mr. Chairman.
Thought they were gonna leave me behind there. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
First and foremost, I want to thank, just put it on the record, the crew that you guys have created for this Blasting Advisory Board. It's nothing short of an honor for me to serve with them. It's a combination of minds that is unsurpassable, and is probably only being matched with the desire that everybody has for a common goal. So I want to thank you guys for that. With that, the Blasting Advisory Board is requesting the following. At the previous meeting of the chairs, it was discussed that the purpose of the committees, being the fact that they serve as a liaison between town residents and the town's governing body, you guys, many residents are not aware of the specific committees and their activities. It was unanimously agreed by the committee chairs to create a committee day event. It would occur annually in the form of a public social, a street party, if you will. It would coincide and work in conjunction with the farmers market to allow greater exposure of both events. It will allow residents to interact and become conformed with various committees and their respective members. So it's something lighthearted and something that will show this. Obviously, you guys, I know you guys get it as far as the complaints and who they got to go to. It's us. So this would allow a connection, if you will. Something I received today, item number 2, but before that, something I received today regarding the blasting itself. On December 15th at 11:15, we experienced the highest blast reading that I have ever experienced, period. It was 0.390. Now, the significance of that is the legal limit is 0.5. So this is almost 0.4. That is harsh. Today's blast was close to it. We had 2 blasts, one at 11:30 at 0.1, which is fine, and at 3:30 at 0.345. So it almost equaled the highest blast that I had, well, that we have experienced. At 0.35 is still higher than the previous ones that I have dealt with. That being said, as we're aware, the State Rep Fabricio has proposed 3 bills. 2 of them are being co-sponsored by Senator Diaz. So in following up with the previous council's resolution of traveling to Tallahassee and being an effective return on the investment, we came up with the following. The Blasting Advisory Board members, us alone, to travel to Tallahassee to lobby our elected officials in support of the recent bill submitted by State Rep Fabricio. The town staff facilitated a meeting with the town's lobbyist and the Blasting Advisory Board. A plan of action was developed. The recommended meeting dates would be January 25th and 26th. That's Tuesday and Wednesday. We would fly up Monday night. to take advantage of an entire day of Tuesday being there. Blasting Advisory Board members would travel in teams to various previously arranged meetings with the key individuals. These meetings are being set up again by the lobbyists. A presentation package will be developed to enable discussion with these officials and be highlighted with a single page of bulleted facts to support by irrefutable scientific reports, images, videos, and occurrences. Bulleted facts so that they're easily addressed by any team member and easily recognized by the recipient. Any of the items on there will be supported by facts, the full report backing it. We'd like to get these printed out and even submitted to the entire state rep body and the Senate. Now, with that, the line item budget, what we're figuring, we have airfare not to exceed $550 per person. That is probably at the highest rate. We just looked it up right now, and it's at $300. So it's below that amount. Overnight accommodations not to exceed $300, which is cumulative per person. Meals and incidentals not to exceed $50 per person per day. Local travel not to exceed $50 per person per day, i.e. for ride sharing potential or rental car needs as we see fit on that. And presentation materials not to exceed $500. That would be for the package that we're talking about to be handed in. And lastly, it's recognized that certain regulations have been transferred to the state capitol, and certain controls continue to reside locally. As defined under Chapter 13 of the Miami-Dade County Code, the Blasting Advisory Board is proposing to organize a mass movement of residents to the county commissioner meeting. The intent would be encourage involvement at the county level. Now, recently, I spoke or presented to Mayor Gala. She gave the presentation, the information I provided to different directors of the county. Today, I received, well, the chief of building then came to my house and I gave him a personal tour of the area. And I showed him for almost 5 hours, the damages and learn how to identify these, because the biggest issue we have is innocent ignorance. We don't know what we're looking at. So I taught him and showed him. He was floored. Today he gave me the status report that he submitted to the county. I responded with some items clarifying some of the things that he witnessed. So hopefully, as mentioned earlier, the amount of monies that all of us are spending on repairs alone, I think it'd behoove all of us to get this done. Now, the other thing that was brought to light today was that on November 11th, a Florida statute that is controlling on this was amended. The miners are protesting that amendment. They're saying, I haven't read it myself to go into it, but from what I've been advised is that the amendment deals with us directly. So we're making an impact. We're influencing what's happening, and the miners, the only stance they have is an amendment should be done statewide, not for a particular area, so it's biased. So it should be voided. We're making movement. So as the comment goes, we're moving the needle.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many people would be going up in your proposal?
If voted favorably tonight, tomorrow we have a meeting to discuss who can make it and who cannot. As it serves right now, we're counting on everybody to go, but.
The entire board?
Yeah, I don't know if that's feasible, but this is what being discussed.
Okay.
How many questions? What would be the maximum number of potential participants?
Right. It's 5 or 6 what we're figuring. 9 is the maximum, how many members.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a
Councilman
motion.
Fernandez.
I would like to make a motion to approve all 3 sections of the committee's request.
I'll second that.
Do we have a total budget for this trip?
We have a not to exceed budget, is what we're looking at.
And that number is?
The number 9950.
9950.
Right.
Based on the numbers I did, it's about 700 per person that goes, plus the 500 programming, I guess.
I have a question.
Well,
through the
no,
chair
I'm sorry,
to the
that was
manager.
for one day. You have more. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the manager, what would be the funding source for this?
We checked earlier today, and we have money currently balanced in the travel and education lines that we could fund this. And then what we would recommend is restore those funds to those lines next month in February when we bring to you the carry forward amendment, so that this trip could be approved now. We have the funds in those lines, and then we'll restore those funds. That's our recommendation next month in February.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments?
No, I would just, as you know, the flights to Tallahassee fluctuate. The longer you wait, the price can increase above what you're budgeted at. It's at $309 right now, which is a great price to tally. So if that can be, the flight at least can be done sooner than later, that'd be ideal for you to stay within what your budget constraints are.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, I think the group that we have on the blasting committee right now is exceptional. Between knowledge and the legal, wherewithal and the desire to get something done, I think is exceptional. So I'm fully supporting you guys going up there and attempting to make a difference and helping Representative Fabricio get his law passed. Anyone else? All those in favor?
I do have some questions.
Sorry, Councilman.
No, thank you. Once again, Miami Lakes is leading. You guys are putting us in a position where we're carrying everybody else's water. And I think a lot can be said about that and the character, not just of this group, like the Vice Mayor said, but really of our community, right, and how we get behind it. But I'm also kind of disenfranchised with the fact that this is a regional issue. This is not just isolated to Miami Lakes, right? And once again, we're carrying everybody's water. The more that you can bring in people, right, that it's not just a Miami Lakes issue, that this is a Hialeah Gardens issue, that this is a Miramar issue, this is a PSN issue. The more people that you can add to this band of brotherhood, sisterhood, so to speak, and take that message up, makes that much more profound and much more powerful. So I would encourage you, well, it sounds like we're very supportive and we're willing to move mountains. See if the people around you, right, can help as well and go with you, because I think that's really where you start making this beyond the Fabricio issue, right, and really making this an issue which has a regional impact like we all know. So that would be my only ask. It sounds like we're going to back you. It sounds like we're going to continue to support you, but really start looking at making this a regional issue so the impact can be felt and we can start getting traction. What I don't want to do is the same thing that we've continued to do and the same thing that we've run into, right? There's absolutely no support. It's not going to get a committee calendar. It's not going to get heard, and then we're back to square one. So just my feedback and continue to do the good work.
All right. Anyone else? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. You guys wanted to add anything?
I'll say it.
Go ahead.
I'll just mention it that at our last meeting, we did have that discussion about reaching out to anyone in our networks who we do know who are either in elected office or staffers in elected office beyond Miami Lakes. I know, I mentioned someone who's down in Sweetwater, but his congressional district actually comes all the way up by the Everglades, so his would be affected. But even then, it's like you said, it's a larger regional issue, and I think we did have that discussion, and it is something we intend to do.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item 8C, the Veterans Committee. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice Mayor, good evening. Councilman, Councilwoman, Mr. Peterman, town staff, and members of my own committee. Going to cover a few points that we covered, I think, at the committee chair meeting, but for the benefit of our elected officials, just wanted to highlight again the success of the Veterans Day Parade this year. I think anybody that was involved, which I think was everybody here, would say that undoubtedly that was the best event that we had hosted to date, and certainly was the most well-attended. We also, thanks to your generosity in endorsing the Veterans Park in November, we renamed Picnic Park West to Veterans Park. And to that end, we've engaged in some maintenance issues through the Parks Department, short-term maintenance issues, mulching, grass, painting, that type of thing. And then we've engaged with some council members on a long-term vision, looking at developing the park further down the road. We also attended an event on the behalf of the town, hosted by Marco Rubio in collaboration with FIU, honoring Vietnam veterans. That was also in November. And we saw the culmination of our military banner campaign, which, as you know, runs from Memorial Day in May through November, Veterans Day. And this year we had record numbers there as well, with 96 veterans being recognized through that banner campaign. Not all good news. The Jingle Bell Jog was canceled. That, you might remember, was the event where everybody dressed up in Santa suits and little elves and ran from Main Street over to the Palmetto. We had some contractual issues with the race administrators, and so the legal department in town sent them a note and said we would not be holding the event. We did have the benefit of a corporate sponsor through Toyota Headquarters Toyota. So we looked for another event. We were going to do something perhaps in March, St. Patty's Day or something like that. But the new race administrator, because we cut ties with the old one, advised with just 2 or 3 months left to go that it would not be enough time to put that on successfully. And so he recommended that, and typically a 9-month turnaround was probably good. So we'll be looking at investing in the December run again, although we won't be calling it the Jingle Bell Jog because of proprietary reasons. We also were contacted by the VA. You might remember that we had agreed to sponsor a satellite office here, but that was put aside because of COVID issues. So they reached out to us just at the beginning of this Omicron event and said, you know, we're back in business, we want to open up, and Councilwoman Ruano had offered her office. We had also looked at a location in Picnic Park East. Long story short, before we got into any serious discussions, although that had been approved by a council already, they backed out and said that they were going to be going back to teleconferencing only. So we're looking forward to them coming back live, but it doesn't promise to be anytime soon. I also wanted to give a nod to Miss Dottie Wicks, who through the Elderly Affairs Committee, we've been doing a lot of collaboration. Unbeknownst to us, there's a lot of veterans, World War II veterans, still living in this town that, you know, we haven't been exposed to on the Veterans Committee, but through the great work that she's doing with the luncheons, and a lot of people in the community, especially the elderly citizens of our town, they've reached out to her, and she's passed that messaging on to us. So there's a lot of veterans who have not connected with us until such time as we had the honor of meeting up with them, thanks to Miss Dottie Wicks. And then lastly, what we've been doing with the Veterans Day Parade, at the culmination of that parade, we have a ceremony which includes taps, laying of a wreath, which, to be honest, are probably more appropriate for Memorial Day event. We kind of rolled them all into one because, you know, we were doing military stuff, so we got a little enthused. But the purist would argue that really is not appropriate to be doing that on Veterans Day, given the Veterans Day is to honor the living, and Memorial Day would be to honor the dead. So the 21-gun salute, the wreath laying that was provided by the Women's Club of Hialeah, and the Honor Guard, all of that would be more appropriate with a Memorial Day event. And so to that end, I think you might have received a memo in your packet that we, the Veterans Committee, are asking, and I don't want to read it verbatim, but in general terms, we would like to host a Memorial Day event at the newly christened Veterans Park on Memorial Day. We do not see this being at any cost to the town. I think we can put this on, much like we did with the 9/11 Day event. We had the sponsors with the flags, and we did all the legwork, much like the Arbor Day event, where we had a sponsor for the tree, and then we did the legwork. So we feel it's the same thing here, that we wouldn't need to invest any town money, but it would be a more fitting time to recognize the fallen, and that would be the appropriate time for the taps and wreath laying. And a good point with that is if we do that Memorial Day, which is the appropriate time to do it, then it might speed up our Veterans Day parade just a tad and get people out of there. But it certainly is it's an honorable way to say thank you to the men and women who've served and who've sacrificed. So that was one item, and I don't know if that requires a motion, a vote.
Yes,
but
it does.
we would like to, we're asking council's approval to host a Memorial Day event at Veterans Day Park.
I'll move the chairman's request for the
I'll
Memorial Day
second.
event.
I'll second as well.
Okay. Any discussion on the item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, well, very good. Thank you again so much for being so supportive of military and men and women in uniform, first responders. It really is a great place to live. And so, unless there are any questions, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 8D, the Elderly Affairs Committee.
My name is Dottie Wicks, and I'm the chair of the Elderly Affairs Committee. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. A little bit about what we've been doing since the COVID for the last 2 years. We have been serving lunches to all the seniors in Miami Lakes to a total of, it averaged 157 to 160. And we would have them delivered to all the seniors in Miami Lakes. We were gonna start our back to lunch at Roberto Alonso tomorrow, but with the COVID being so bad and seniors calling me saying, I'm sorry, I can't go, we decided, the committee decided to cancel it. We're gonna look and do it by month just to see how things go. And most of the seniors, when I called them, were very happy we canceled. They're happy to still have the lunch, but then they didn't want to go and be around people they didn't know. We did have a Christmas party over at Shula's, and we had 148 seniors there. They all seemed like they really had a good time. They had a band, they were up dancing, and it was so good to see them having a smile on their face and enjoying themselves. And when I left, there were still seniors dancing, so I know they enjoyed themselves. Tonight, I've been asked to add a new item for homebound seniors to our budget. I don't agree with it because I don't really understand how it can work, but I'd like your opinion on it. To me, the seniors and the money is the money, and to break it up, I don't know how to do it. I think it would be an accounting nightmare, but I don't work in the accounting department. So I would like for you guys to give me some advice on that.
Madam Chairman, was that a recommendation from staff?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a staff member who can come up and explain exactly why the line item would be necessary?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Claricel de Cardenas, Communications Director. Yeah, so the recommendation is to create a new line item to service just the homebound seniors. We feel that it's a cleaner transaction for us. The meet and greets is named Meet and Greet, which means it's for an activity where seniors meet. The social is also an activity where people come together. So creating a separate line item to just service those that are homebound would be cleaner for us to determine what events, what funding is going to which event.
So it's purely from an accounting perspective. There's no change in their budget at all.
I think she is requesting a change in the budget.
Okay. Well, how much is it?
Not an increase, Vice Mayor. I think it's to move
It's a
money
transfer.
from senior IDs to this
Okay,
event.
that's what I thought. It was just.
It also is cleaner when we're selling these opportunities for sponsors, when they know that it's an in-person event and when they know that it's just a delivery, it's more transparent for the sponsor. So
Understood.
those different
Okay. Yes.
points.
Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question. So are we gonna have separate events so the homebound seniors are going to be delivered meals at a different time than the meet and greet? Because usually we have these events for like holidays, like for example, Christmas Is there now going to be just a homebound senior day or event, or is it going to be part of the same?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. The reason that we went to delivery and to drive-throughs was because of COVID, and we're all kind of learning the process still as we go. I don't know how that will be determined, as whatever the Elderly Affairs chooses to do so.
Okay, and I'll give you my 2 cents, accounting-wise. If there's going to be a Christmas meet and greet or a Christmas social or whatnot, it seems to me that if we're going to be delivering meals on that day to homebound seniors, if we have like a handful of seniors that can't come to the event because they're homebound and we're going to be delivering meals as part of that social, then it should all be in the same place. Like the Christmas social should just be the Christmas social, or the Valentine's event should just be the Valentine's event. Unless, this makes sense to me if we're going to have a separate event where we're going to say, you know, the first Monday of every month, we're going to deliver these meals only to homebound seniors, then I would categorize it independently. But if it's going to be, if I'm a sponsor and I'm sponsoring Valentine's Day, then I would think that it's all part of the same event. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know the logistics behind it, if it's the delivery after the event is complete, who's going to be making these deliveries, because usually it's a drive-through and it's actual Elderly Affairs Committee members. So if you're attending to an event and you also have a drive-through, like how are they managing that? I'm not too certain.
Okay. Dottie, would you be able to answer that?
On the homebound, we have the freebie delivers. They deliver about 20 meals for us. And that's what we've been doing through the COVID. Now, Christmas, we didn't do that because we weren't sure how it was going to work. But I can have them deliver it the same way for them. Have the restaurant or whoever package it up and we can have it delivered. And that's, my problem with it is the people that are in the homebound now were at the bingo. They've moved over to the homebound. I've known at least 3 couples that they don't go out, they don't leave their house, and unfortunately probably never will. How do I manage this happening going forth? More people moving over there, you know, and then how does the money go here and there, move it back and forth? This month I have 20. Actually, I have 45 that are homebound. 20, the freebie's been delivered, and the other 25, I have a little program that myself has nicknamed Seniors Helping Seniors. There is one lady and her husband that delivered to 10 people in her area. There's 3 other people that deliver to 5 people. So it's gonna get really, I don't know how I can manage it. I can't get it into my head how you're gonna manage the money. Do I move these people all over to freebie and no longer help? It's something new to me, and I thought I can't come up how to manage the money. I know that's not my job, but how do I tell the accounting department this month I have 20, but the next month you have 22? Oh, I've got to go to the doctor's now, and I won't be able to get my meals, so now you only got 19.
So if these events are going to be part of the regular monthly event, where some seniors will be in person and some seniors will be homebound,
yes,
I think that we should just have a line item that is called January Social, and everything is in that one line item. Because even to secure sponsorships, it's going to be really difficult to separate these, and you're going to need different sponsors for homebound and different sponsors for in-person. It seems cleaner to me, accounting-wise, to just have the monthly event, call it whatever you're going to call it. If it's, you know, a rodeo luncheon or a Valentine luncheon, and then just incorporate that homebound component as part of that budget line item. I think it's cleaner to me, but I don't know if the finance department has a different opinion on that.
Yeah, the other issue is that before COVID, we didn't service these homebound seniors, right? So perhaps just memorializing that we can move forward with continuing to serve these homebound seniors would probably make it easier on us to continue the service as part of staff is involved. We've heard from the council saying that they want to go back to normal. When are we starting these in-person events? So we're understanding what you're saying. So this is kind of like, you know, putting it in a package so that we're still servicing these homebound seniors, but we're going back to normal too.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, let me try and push this
Absolutely.
along so I can.
Mr. Manager.
If we can modify this so that if we're not that specific about creating a new line item, and if you just, the council gives us authority to move the $1,000 that are currently for the senior ID badges towards taking care of the homebound seniors, we'll work with finance and budget to make sure it gets allocated to the right lines based on that direction. Does that work?
I just have a
Mr.
question.
Yep.
Councilman Carasso.
The, Dottie, when we talked, this was an issue that you were contemplating because you were conflicted. You told me, look, we're going to go back, but I have so many seniors that are just not going to come back because either they're scared to come back because of COVID. And one of the workarounds that we said is, look, most restaurants are experts right now at packaging things to go. When you make your deal with your food vendor, maybe you can get a set aside, right, of 20, 30, 40, whatever your number is, right?
I have been doing that.
And that's kind of, so this money that you're talking about is for that set aside of the 40, right? Of the ones that you've been, as you go back to normal, the ones that you want to continue see.
It would be just part of my regular budget.
So the
Because
$1,000 that you're asking
No,
is
the $1,000, yes, that would go into my regular fund that I have.
for the packaged meals, for the meals that you guys are going to bundle,
Correct.
and then take as part of your. So I agree. I would agree with Councilwoman Morano. I think kind of keeping it in the same strata, so to speak, and then you're going to have 4 socials back online this year. That's the goal.
Yes.
So then
We've already
take
did one, the Christmas
take
party.
the 1,000, break it up into 250, plug it into, and just know that that's your budget for the homebound. For each social, that's your set aside meals that you're going to have for whatever vendor you have, and those are the ones that you can go ahead. I mean, that's the way that it fits into my mind of how we discussed it.
Yeah, so there's 2 sets of events that we're talking about, which it's the socials, which are the 4 big events, big socials with DJ and fun. And then there's the meet and eats, which is the bingo. So I just want to make sure that what we're talking about is moving funding for these $1,000 to the socials. And what are we doing with the meet and eats?
I think that
We just want clarification, like, will we continue to serve these homebound seniors? Are
How
we
do
going
we-
back to normal?
How do we fund the meet and greets? Like, how do we,
They're drive-through, so anybody can come and pick up, and those that don't drive, food is delivered.
right, so if there's like a meet and greet or a drive-through in January, then at least to me, accounting-wise, it doesn't make a difference if you drove by and picked up your meal or if it was delivered to your house. It's just a meal.
But when
So
we
the
go
same
back
funding source, the same,
when we go back in person, right, are we going to continue to serve these homebound
I would,
seniors?
yes, absolutely,
Okay.
I would, and just leave it in the same line item. Because some of these seniors have transitioned into a different lifestyle that's, outside of their control, so I would hate to leave them behind.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to defer to Councilwoman Morano's accounting prowess, and I think the manager made a point not to be so specific. I think we can take that line item from senior ID card budget and allow you guys to allocate it to the different events, specifically assisting the homebound seniors. So,
Mr. Chair.
yes,
Yeah.
Councilman Fernandez.
And also, I think, both functions are so similar to each other. What I would hate to see happen inadvertently is us have to come back every month and my bucket for homebound, I want to move 200 from homebound to in-person and back and forth, and or I got a sponsor for this one and I want to move it back to the other one. So I think it's a lot cleaner if we keep it in the same bucket.
Agreed.
thank
Mr.
you.
Manager, is that sufficient direction?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I want to thank Councilman Fernandez for sponsoring our next bingo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8E, Education Advisory Board. Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy birthday. I promise we won't be as difficult as the LD affair. Pretty much the Education Advisory Board, we presented one of the checks to Barbara Goldman. That went great. And then after that, we had the event with the Giving Gators, the Christmas grant. That was an amazing event to see those kids, some of the kids in the neighborhood come get some toys. Santa was there. He was amazing, the Grinch. So we had a great time with that. As far as the committee, they asked us for 2 items. One of the items is to allocate the $10,000 to Miami Lakes K through 8. I know that in your packet you have the itemized list. I believe they will be updating their sound system. Most of these schools' sound system is outdated. They really can't have performing arts or do some kind of ceremonies. The sound systems are outdated. The lights are outdated, so they will be updating that area.
I'll make a motion
Second.
to approve that.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just have a question.
Councilman Morano?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. The allocation that the funding wasn't allocated evenly throughout the schools.
No, correct.
I've been asked, is there a reason?
Yes,
for-
from the beginning, we thought that the 2 schools that were going to be the most affected would be the 2 schools that were closest, which was Goldman and Bob Graham.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, that understanding. However, Goldman is no longer our school of
choice.
Our home school.
Yes,
It's a school of choice. So HML has now become our high school, our home high school, even though it's outside of the boundaries of the municipality. But it is all of the children in Miami Lakes that are attending high school that don't register for a magnet program will be attending HML. So I don't know I know you guys have done a lot of work in this, and I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but is there any wiggle room for?
As of now, we have the 3 schools that are left to present their itemized list. We also included HML back into the group, so we really don't have any much wiggle room. We already gave 30 to Goldman. We do have the 30 for Bob Graham. I mean, it's up to the council if you want to divide that up into the rest of the schools that are left, or I could bring it back to the members if that's something that you see,
I don't know the amount of students that are attending HML that live in Miami Lakes. I don't really have that breakdown. I mean, I'd love for you guys to at least have a conversation about it and see.
Absolutely. I'll bring it back to the members and have a conversation about that, see if we could allocate some of the funds from Bob Graham and see what we could do then, see if it's feasible to everybody.
Maybe we can make it a little more equitable.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Fernandez.
So when this this process kind of started, I remember Chair Abad at that point presented a breakdown of how many students from Satori attended what schools.
Correct.
And I believe, if memory serves me, the 2 top schools were disproportionately Bob Graham and Barbara Goldman Senior High.
At the time, yes. At the time, those were the 2 schools that were greatly affected, but not at the effect of overpopulation or anything like that. I do agree with Ronald that we should go back to the table perhaps. I do know that HML is the feeder pattern school for the last, I believe, 4 or 5 years now. So they do hold a lot of the students from Miami Lakes. And I do believe that perhaps we should take a look at it and make it more equitable.
Yeah, take a look at it too, because when they did the boundary changes for HML, it also incorporates other cities aside from Hialeah. So, I mean, I know the rationale from the region office to extend the boundaries for HML. So you're not only servicing students from Miami Lakes and Hialeah, you are servicing students from other communities as well. So, what I don't want is this to be that we're, again, like prolonging the process to get the dollars to the kids, and then we'll continue kicking the can, and then that becomes a 3-month, like Barbara Goldman already got their funding for their projects and their tutoring stations, and, I know you're bringing back, so, I mean, I'd like to see like a quick turnaround. You come back to us in February and give us some feedback from the board, and then we can put it to a vote. If that's the situation, you can move forward to getting these dollars to these schools and to these children.
I would hate to see money be taken away from one of those schools that was already promised.
That was
I
my
know there's
concern.
additional
That's
funds.
my only concern.
I know there are additional funds. We only allocated 100,000 of the 300. So maybe we would take an additional 20 to match HML, to match Barbara Goldman's 30,000.
Okay, thank you.
100?
Just to clarify, I think the other 200 were moved into the MLOP. So
We can take it out, put 20,000 back into this.
I would be in agreement.
Right? And I think that alleviates your situation.
Thank you.
Immediately.
That does.
Right? And you don't have to take it back to your committee, and we can do that tonight. Mr. Manager? If we were to take, of the 200 that we had allocated to MLOP from.
Move some back to education.
Move 20,000 back. I'm sorry. I see our accounting department has.
Yeah. Melissa's starting to sweat.
Yeah, I know. She's
I
flagging me down. You can't do that.
I believe we have HML, Miami Lakes Educational Center, and Bob Graham left on the list, correct?
Right, but we had already allocated
Correct,
a
yes,
portion, so
some
I
portions
would
to
hate
that.
to have
So
to
the-
go back to those schools. Right? If
Absolutely.
the desire of Councilman Morano is to have HML match what Barbara Goldman has, then I wouldn't want to take it away from one of the schools that we had already promised funds.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So I'm trying to find how we can maybe bring
Vice Mayor, I
them.
know that we allocated money already from the MLOP, from that money towards some of the temporary dugouts, some minor modifications.
Okay.
And we also allocated some money for the educational program, for the bond program. So I don't know how much is left unallocated.
So, good evening. So in last fiscal year, we had moved 100,000 specifically for the Educational Advisory Board. We already allocated 30,000 for something I do not remember, and another 10,000 for something I also do not remember. I just remember the amounts. What is left is 60,000. I'm not sure how all the allocations have been made with the additional 60,000, but if it exceeds that, then yes, we would have to move money from the.
And that was-
30 for Bob Graham and 10 for each of
So we still have.
Correct. And that's what I was saying. I understand we had 100 allocated, and it's already been sort of designated to each school. We have how much left to assign or to
We only have
distribute?
60 to distribute. So 30 goes to Bob Graham, 10 goes to HML, 10 goes to Miami Lakes Center, 10 goes to Miami Lakes Education Center.
Okay. So to the manager's point, how much of that 200 that we had allocated to MLOP is
Not allocated.
undesignated?
Okay, so that's in the capital fund. That would require a budget amendment because we would have to move it from one fund to general fund.
But do we have some that's
Yes,
not
we do.
allocated?
We do have some that's not allocated from that.
20,000?
I believe there's sufficient for 20,000, yes.
Okay.
I would have to confirm that, but I'm more than.
Councilwoman Morano.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My intention was not to add funding to this project. I don't recall what the project at Bob Graham was. Do you recall, Chairman, what?
No, they have not presented yet their.
They have not presented, so we
No.
just gave them a number and asked them, what would you like?
Correct.
So then technically, we wouldn't be taking anything away if we,
We already, they know of the budget.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they had to present it to the governmental affairs from the school board before they gave it to us. But
Right.
what they presented was not what the council wanted. You guys wanted itemized list, so we've sent it back to
Right.
them. We need that to be, an itemized list with the prices for everything. So that's in the process that we're at now. We're just waiting from intergovernmental affairs to send us that.
but we don't know what they're going to be presenting.
No.
But
I
they've been
believe-
operating.
I believe
But they've
they're-
been operating under an assumption that
they will
they're
be
going to
getting
get
the
$30,000.
Correct. So I do agree with Councilman Jeffrey that going back to them and saying, hey, you're not going to be getting 30, now you're going to be 10, will
Right.
cause an issue.
No, I agree wholeheartedly, and I think that HML was probably an oversight on our part, because since it's outside of our boundary, we typically don't include it in our calculations. But at Barbara Goldman, there are tons of students that don't live in Miami Lakes. So we're still servicing students that don't live in Miami Lakes. At our parks, we have students that play that don't live in Miami Lakes. So it wouldn't bother me that there's a boundary change or that there's different students coming to the school. I didn't mean to disrupt the entire process, and I definitely don't want to add additional funding to something that I didn't support to begin with. So it's not my intention to remove any money from Miami Lakes Optimist Park and move it to this line item. I'll be fine just keeping it as it is.
So we'll leave it as is. Awesome. Thank you very much.
If anything, HML is more than, grateful that they're back in the list and we'll be able to present something.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman.
Moving forward, do we have, from Miami Lakes K through 8, do we have approval for that?
Yeah.
Wait, I also had a question through the chair to the attorney.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Through the chair to the attorney, I just want to get your legal opinion on the record that you believe that these expenditures fall within the bounds of the agreement that we have.
I can get back to you, but I think they do. I mean, I don't see any reason.
For which one?
Do we have an itemized list, or we don't have one yet?
It's in the packet.
It's in the packet, yeah.
Speakers and budgeting, Sweetwater, it's on page 33 of the packet.
Yeah, I would definitely advise legal counsel to please take a look at that. I just want to make sure that that all this is being looked at.
Is there something you see there that worries you?
No, I haven't seen anything, but I just want to make
think he
sure
just wants a
that
formal
we're vetting
opinion
this
on the
before
record.
we start taking action.
Through the chair.
We back each other
We'll
up.
give the town attorneys a second to review.
This itemized list is for one school, correct?
Correct. That is for Miami Lakes K through 8.
So that is the only thing that we will be voting on.
Yes.
It's to approve their $10,000 that have
Correct.
been budgeted for this specific item.
I mean, I don't see anything here. I'd have to, if you give me a minute, I can pull up the agreement, because that's what I'd have to look
I think
at.
it's
Yeah.
it's improvements.
It's
I mean,
improvements.
this-
It also
in my
falls in the
opinion,
same
it falls
criteria
within
that Miami Lakes Middle did as well. I believe Miami Lakes Middle. Correct.
It's an improvement. It's an improvement. It's a
improvement.
physical improvement to the school.
But
Well, this is an improvement to the facility. A PA system,
Absolutely.
PA speakers, portable PA system we can use in physical. I mean, yeah, this is improvements to. Yeah, I agree.
I think it meets
100%.
the
This is
requirements.
improvement to their campus.
Councilman Dieguez, you still need a legal opinion?
I'm fine with it, but I would just advise legal counsel in the future, just, like knowing that we're going to have a bunch of these items come in front of us over the next couple months, and that we don't even know yet what Bob Graham is going to be proposing, just, vet these items in advance, because I'm going to be asking each time.
Excellent.
Look,
Anyone
he-
else have any? Yep, sorry, Mr. Attorney.
yeah, he went to go get a copy of the agreement. If you want, move on.
I don't think that's necessary. I think we can take a vote on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyone?
Yeah, I do.
Councilman Collazo.
Yeah, so to Councilman Dieguez's point, and I think it's prudent, because there's some things here that are portable, and that's become an issue of contention in the past. And I think while he was being wise was giving the town attorney enough opportunity to review the invoice and make sure that those things that are not fixed, that are not permanent, part of the improvement, that may be portable and used in different functions, he would have a time to vet it. And I think that's what you were going after. Being that that's only $3,000, a little bit more, 3,500, almost 4,000, I'm sorry, of the invoice. I don't know if we can approve it, waiting for legal counsel's for response to those items that are portable, so we can move your item forward and make sure that we're in the proper posture, rather than trying to say, oh, yeah, it's fine. I think there was
Understood.
some merit to what he was saying.
If we like, we could move on to the other request.
Sure.
Moving forward, we would like to, the committee would like to host a parent mental health night. We believe that in today's society, there's a lot of issues with mental health in our children. Sometimes us as parents aren't aware. We might have a child that doesn't show any signs, that's happy, that's doing all the right things, and he might be going through something that we don't know. So this night would be hosted here at Town Chambers. We would invite 3 guests to speak on mental health. We would also have some hors d'oeuvres before, provided by one of the schools in the town. And pretty much it's an educational just for adults, 18 and over, no children. I believe that there's a lot of out there today, especially with social media, electronics, that we need to get in tune with as parents in order to keep our children safe.
I'd like to move that item
I'll second
forward.
it.
Any discussion on the item?
I do. First of all, thank you so much for taking on that, and I know that's something that Chairman Abad has been very strong behind, and something that I completely hold near and dear to my heart. The mayor, we're going to be recognizing somebody that took their own life. Had a good friend of mine just recently pass away who took his own life as well. Something that we can't stop talking about, and I think it's something that we need to continue to keep front and center. I commend the work that you guys are doing, so I'm going to full-heartedly support that item. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, you have an answer for Councilman Dieguez?
I guess it got complicated.
Just to keep the meeting, maybe table that specific item and then come back.
Do you have any other requests, Chairman?
No, I would like to get that answer today. Move, you know,
All right,
we've
why don't
already
we do
spent
this?
a year
Why don't
on.
you just step aside for a second? We'll move on to cultural affairs, and then we'll bring you back up.
Thank you.
Our resident Robert's Rules of Order, do we need to make a motion on, because we had a motion on the table for that item?
You can, I guess, just be safe, move to defer until after the Cultural Affairs Committee report.
All right, second, all those in favor of moving to defer?
Second the motion, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Cultural Affairs Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Mayor, Honorable Mayor in abstention, council members. My name is Neil Robinson. I have the pleasure and the honor of serving as the chairperson for the Cultural Affairs Committee. Tonight I come before you to, first of all, wish each of you a happy, healthy, safe, and prosperous new year. Thank you. I'd like to see if the representatives from, here they are, from the Tony T. Foundation.
Tommy T. Tommy T.
Tommy T. I beg your pardon. This is
Nelson
Mr.
Pena
Nelson.
on his behalf.
Mr. Nelson Pena.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Lucy
Good evening.
Suarez. On September, actually it was August 23rd, during the regular Cultural Affairs monthly meeting, under the item of public comment, Mr. Pena came, as well as Ms. Luz Suarez, and made a request to the Cultural Affairs Committee about painting the wall with the youth center, the Town of Miami Lakes Youth Center wall, with a mural that represented youngsters from all over Dade County doing some kind of sports activity. And we listened to the presentation that they made, and they made a request for $2,100 to do that. $600 would be used for paint. The other $1,500 would be used for a lift or scaffold to do the painting of the mural. Ms. Luz Suarez kindly agreed to provide all of her services pro bono at no charge to the committee or to the town in any way. We discussed the item and came back with a recommendation that we would use unspent funding from 2020 through fiscal year 2021 to pay for this. This was some dollars that we had left over because of the COVID, and we were not able to have all the activities that we usually have in 2021. I brought the item to this council. You reviewed it and said that you wanted us to present more specific information about the request. Staff was very, very involved in this process, and we went back to the participants or the stakeholders in this process and asked them if they would not work with the town to make sure that they comply with all the rules and regulation that this council was concerned about. It is my understanding that at this point, there was a collaborative process where the artist, who was very committed to ensuring that the mural represented the diverse community of youngsters here in Miami-Dade County, and that it also included youngsters who had physical handicap, as well as autistic children, and those who have other conditions, that the mural would certainly represent them. The item was then discussed with the town staff about ensuring that make sure that the mural did not have any kind of insignia on it that represent a community, or let's say the artistic community, without getting proper approval from that body. And so it is my understanding tonight, we're here to present to you the rendering that Ms. Luz Suarez and the town staff have agreed to, that encompasses all of your concerns and directions that you shared with us at our meeting. I believe it was in September of 2021. So would you like to say something, Mr. Pena, who is your position?
I am basically the head of the Tommy T Foundation, and it's a nonprofit. And basically what we try to do is we try to give access to underprivileged children to not only sports but the arts. And part of this mural project would involve art students from American High who have already committed with their art teacher or instructor to assist Ms. Suarez in this project. So we're very excited, and I believe that Ms. Suarez has a rendering that she's been able to put together that will give you an idea of what we're trying to do here.
I have to apologize. I was unable to complete all the specifics of my plan. The last Zoom meeting was in December, the beginning of December.
Do we have I'm sorry to interrupt, a cordless mic that we can give?
We had one up here, but I think they took it away.
Can you hear?
If you could just turn the mic around, yeah. There you go.
Okay, so
Thank you.
this wall, should we go?
That's okay. You can do it.
This is the wall that faces the children's park, playground.
It's on the youth center facing east.
Right. So these here are windows, and this is the window closer to the ground. So basically we lift it up.
As long as you're speaking into the microphone, you can be wherever you want.
Thank you. And when you get a chance, if you can turn it around for the guests to see as well. Thank you.
Apologize about the low-tech presentation.
No, you're fine. It's beautiful.
Okay, so basically it's children in music. This is a flute, a boy playing the flute. And down here, children reading, these groups of children. And there's supposed to be 2 baseball players here, 2 boys. And, basically all the comments that they requested for us to include it on the wall.
And so basically it creates an effect where you're not really going to be able to see the windows necessarily and the other fixtures of the wall, and it looks...
I represented the windows just because the mural does not go, this is a wall piece right here, but this is glass, all of these. So I cannot,
Paint on them, yeah.
paint on the glass. Down here is a reflection of the playground.
And this actually faces the actual playground where the children are at. I mean, it's like 10 yards from this area.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions? Any motions?
I'll move to approve the request.
I'll second. Discussion?
Just
Mr.
would like
Manager,
to.
the monetary portion of this is all within their budget already, right?
No, I think what they were proposing was to use money that was not spent in fiscal 2021. So the only way that we could do that would be for this to be incorporated in the carry forward amendment that we would bring to you more than likely next month, worst case scenario in March. Then if you give us direction to do that, then we would bring it in the original version of the carry forward amendment. We would incorporate this as a transfer from the carry forward amount back into the committee's budget.
May I say
Understood.
something really quickly?
Yes, of course.
Just for your consideration, Ms. Suarez is donating her time. It's basically like almost a $10,000 value. She predicts it's going to take about 3 weeks to do this project correctly. She has those 3 weeks now. She may not have it 60 days from now, 90 days from now, just so that you can have it for your own consideration.
Of course.
She's willing to dedicate that now, but if we keep her on hold, she may not be available.
No, I would suggest that we do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I just wanted to chime in, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
So I happen to know Nelson and his wife Terry very well. They're my neighbors across the hall at our law offices since the very beginning. I just wanted to point out for those who may not know that the Tommy T Foundation is a true effort or labor of love on their part in honor of their late son. And I think it's great, all the ways that they've been giving back, both to the PSN community, now to Miami Lakes. I really love what you guys are doing, and thank you very much for bringing this to us, bringing Luce, to us. I love the rendering. I think it's going to be a great addition to that facility, so I'm fully behind it. And again, thank you guys for everything you do, trying to get back to the youth of our community.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, you wanted to add something?
No, just, we won't have the money in their budget until the carry forward amendment is approved, because, the money in any line, whether it's a department, the Parks Department, a committee, it doesn't roll over from year to year. At the September 30th, it's dead, and it rolls over into the carry forward that has to be reallocated by this council when we bring the budget amendment to you.
And that is going to occur when?
More than likely February. We believe that we'll bring it, we'll have it ready for you. We're just waiting on some final figures from the auditors. We believe the auditors will be ready with some final figures, but our hope is February.
Okay, Councilwoman Ronald?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there any line item that's in their current budget that they can reallocate to this in the meantime, to use the funding from perhaps an activity that you haven't had yet, and then we'll replenish it in February?
The original thinking was that the dollars that we were requesting to be used were from 2020 through 2021.
Right, and they
now,
are.
the new dollars that have been made available to us for October 1, 2021 through 2022.
Right, and the dollars will be available next month for that, to use that money from the previous year.
I don't have any problem doing that. If I can get a commitment from the manager and from this body that you will restore those dollars back to us before the, let's say before the end of February, so that we will have the dollars to use.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Chair. My commitment doesn't mean a thing. It would be a majority of this council.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Well,
Yes,
again,
Councilman Fernandez.
All right, I'd like to propose a motion to move, what is the total?
2,100.
$2,635.31
$26.35
from the 4th of July event to fund this project with, the commitment of the council that will restore
That
it.
will
Reimbursing them.
We'll bring you
from the
the
carry
budget
forward.
amendment back with that already incorporated in.
Yes, I'll second that motion.
But to be clear, that's an amendment to the motion that's currently on the floor, which we haven't voted on.
Got it.
Yes. All right, voting on the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any discussion on the main motion as amended? None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
me-
thank you very much for your time. I know.
Thank
this
you
is
all
very-
so much.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Appreciate it.
One final item that the
Yes.
Cultural Affairs Committee would like to request approval for an event in February. As you are fully aware that February is a month that we celebrate Black History Month. But there is also one day in the month of February that we all celebrate. Doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, what your religious views are. It is Valentine's Day. We all celebrate that. And so we at the Cultural Affairs, in keeping with that, we wanted to celebrate love across cultural and age, as well as support the notion that love is universal. The event would be called, What's Your Love Story? Community members would be invited to share in a 250-word or less their story of romance and love. A subcommittee would select 3 stories of love based on its originality, humor, creativity, and its descriptive language. The 3 stories would be featured in the Miami Laker, and the community would be asked to select the best one. The love story with the most votes would win. First prize would be a $100 gift certificate to a local restaurant. The love story with the second most votes would win $75 certificate to another local restaurant. And secondly, the love story for the third vote getter would get a $50 gift certificate to a local restaurant. The winners would be featured in the Miami Lakers as well as the Miami Lakes Facebook page. Budget concern, there is none. A member of our committee has already committed $250 to make this happen with you, naturally, with your approval. So on behalf of the Cultural Affairs, and I should tell you her name is Suzanne Chiponte. She's a member, and I think she's been on 2 years now on the committee, and she has agreed to do this, and it was her brainchild. So we simply ask for your consideration, hopefully for your approval to have What's Your Love Story? We need more love in this country, and we believe that this is one way of doing it. So on behalf of the Cultural Affairs Committee, I'm pleased to tender this recommendation to you, and hopefully you will approve it. Thank
Excellent,
you.
thank you. Any motions from the
I
council?
move to approve the event.
Yep.
I'll second it.
All right, discussion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you,
a
Mr.
lovely
Chairman.
evening. Have a great evening. Thank you again.
Okay, we are bringing back item 8E, Education Advisory Board, for an opinion from council.
Back again.
Yeah, I wanted to go through these items with you real quick. I know we spoke to them, but I just want to make sure. It looks like the first group of items are speakers. Now, these are speakers that are going to be attached and screwed in and bolted to a wall or to a ceiling.
Usually what they do is they put them on a tripod, right? Is my understanding.
But can they take these speakers and move them all around the building?
No, they will not. They will not be moved around the building. They're going to be stationed in the same area, in the same place for whatever period of time.
Yeah, but are they bolted down?
Well, the problem is that you can't do in Miami Lakes K-8 right now on the bolting because of the floor. The floor is an issue at that school. The flooring has to get done before they're working on that process as we.
Yeah, but, okay, but will they eventually be bolted?
Yes, they will be bolted.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they'll eventually going to
Yes.
be bolted down. All right.
Mr.
And-
Attorney, could I ask you to read the specific language that is giving you concern in the agreement?
Lorenzo,
I
I
see.
need the language.
Because
I guess
I
what
was
his-
under the
yeah.
impression that this is considered an improvement.
I guess what his concern is the portable PA system, the Boss
Yeah.
L Prio portable. I guess they're speakers.
No, but what in the agreement is giving you concern that that would be an
the
issue?
fact- and I don't know if I can be heard, the fact that they have to be improvements. The $300,000 has to be spent on improvements. So,
But nowhere does it say it has to be physically immovable improvements.
anything that, by the way, I think everything they're asking for, the only one I have the question on is the last one, is going to, will fall under the definition of improvement.
But I'm
That is
saying
one.
in the agreement, does
So
it say,
it-
does it make a differentiation between movable and not movable?
If-
Because
if-
it seems to be your,
No, but I think an improvement is not movable. In other words,
that's not
if-
necessarily true.
if the speakers can be carried from room to room to room, I don't know that those are improvements.
They do have some speaker stands that say wall-mounted speaker stands at
Right.
the bottom line, so.
Right, so, the first item, it looks like there's Bose portable PA system, but then this is gonna be, from what you told me earlier, it's gonna all be bolted into a rack?
The rack enclosement is for the electrical systems. The speakers have to go in certain areas. Logistically wise, I can't tell you what area it is, but I know they will be permanent to the chambers they will be in.
All right, because I just want to be clear. If there's stuff on here,
We did tell the principals that whatever your request was be, had to be what you're mentioning. It
Okay.
cannot be movable, it has to be a physical improvement, it cannot be something that you could take and move to another classroom.
Okay.
Those criterias were explained to every single principal. In
All
fact, they brought us items that were not gonna be approved by the council, that we told, this will not be approved, please go back and fix.
okay. So this rack is like a rack, and all this stuff is gonna go in it? Is that
Correct.
what this is? All right, and that's gonna be bolted to a
Correct.
wall and the floor and everything else?
That's gonna
And
go in
everything
the back
inside the
area.
rack is gonna be bolted to the rack? All right. Then the next items are, what is the third item? Mixer audio, what,
Mixers and audios, those are the items that go inside the rack. So you have the mixer, the Studio Live rack ears, all those little systems that go inside a rack. So if you may, I'll show you a, imagine something, if you may, like,
yeah, you can bring it to me and then you'll email it to me and I'll put it in the record.
correct.
I do have a definition of improvement that comes from Florida's lien law, if you want to go off of that definition.
Please.
Read it.
All right, from chapter 713. Improvement means any building, structure, construction, demolition, excavation, solid waste removal, landscaping, or any part thereof existing, built, erected, placed, made, or done on land or other real property for its permanent benefit. That's from Florida statutes.
So as long as they don't take it out, it's
Well,
an improvement.
When it comes to the stuff that I was looking up, when it comes to residential real estate, is
All right, but
usually.
let me get,
Would you
the
sell it?
concern, I
If you
think-
sell it, if you sold it, would it stay in the property?
all right.
That's
but
basically it.
Your concern, at the end, when you boil it down, is will a developer satori come to us and say, hey, you gave them $2,000 for a speaker system that they moved out of the auditorium?
Well, it's not, yeah,
That's not a concern to me.
okay, fair enough.
Let's take a vote on this, please.
Please, let's take a vote on this.
All those in favor?
May I?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Never mind, I'm a no.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
One opposed. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Any motions?
I'll move the calendar.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's see where we're at. Moving on to items, ordinance in first reading. Mr.
11A.
Attorney?
11A.
11A, yes.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Article 12, Chapter 17, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, and creating Section 17-2 titled Malicious Defacement and Marking of Real Property, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Are any motions? On 11A, any questions? Councilman Fernandez, do you want anything to add on your item?
I will move the item.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh.
Aye.
Yes, I need to do the roll call.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Stepped out for a second.
Is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Ordinance in first reading.
Thank you. Moving on to 11B. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Article 3, Section 2-55 of the Town Code, titled Town Manager, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Town Code, and providing for an effective date.
Councilman Dieguez, do you have anything to add on your item?
Yes, this is simply the item that requires that 6 months before the natural expiration of the town manager's contract that we review whether we are going to renew it or not. With that, I move the item as it is provided in the agenda.
I'll second.
Excellent. We've got a motion and a second. Discussion, Councilman Alvarez.
Just for the record, Councilman Dieguez, that would put us at August 22 from a timeline perspective. From February 23, August 22, right?
I don't recall when his contract currently expires.
February.
So,
February,
okay.
February 20.
Then yeah. That seems about
Thank
right.
you.
Any other questions, discussions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 11B, passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11C.
An ordinance of the Town Council of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Section 13-2116, titled Process of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Town Code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Councilman Dieguez.
Yes, sir. So this is simply making a change with respect to how notice is given to the public about a proposed name change so that it is done by publication in a paper of general circulation like the Miami Laker, as opposed to requiring notices be mailed to each homeowner within 300 feet of the proposed renaming site. That is the, I move to adopt it as written.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the item? Anything to add? No? Madam Clerk.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11C. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading passes.
Okay, moving on. Item 12A, this is an ordinance in second reading, so we have a public hearing. You have to read.
I will.
You read it first, yeah.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, deleting Chapter 4, Article 5 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances and creating Chapter 13, Article 7, Section 13-1704, titled Green Building Program, providing for inclusion into the Town Code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Town Code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you want to have staff present first before we open it up to public comment or public hearings?
Well, Susana, anything you want to add to it?
Yep.
Good evening, Council. Just to let you know that this is the same item that we've seen a couple of times. It's changed to correspond to the discussion that was had last time, removing some of the requirements, some of we left only the ones that are for variances for the permeable pavers and the high capacity, high efficiency water things. And the rest is the exact same thing that you saw last time.
Excellent. Any questions of staff? Seeing no questions, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak for or against this item 12A? Anyone? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Any motions?
I move to adopt the green building ordinance as it is written in the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you. Moving on, item 13A is also a public hearing. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to Town Code Chapter 13, Article 12, Division 2, code dedicating Northwest 143rd Street, Sergeant First Class Ofren Arrechaga Street, providing for instructions to Town Manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of this item? Please come on up. Name and address for the record.
Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court. Just want to reiterate what I said in public comments. A town that recognizes its heroes and recognizes those who lift the community up is a town that survives and thrives. Renaming a street in honor of somebody is a way of celebrating their life, thanking them for their service to their community and their country, and honoring their legacy. And I urge all of you to support this item, and I'll just go ahead and say this, it's for the next item as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any motions on the item?
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 13A, Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Stepped up.
Oh. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 13A.
Madam Clerk, if you wanted to take a second for Councilwoman
Absolutely.
Ruano to vote on
Absolutely.
13A, please.
We are voting on 13A, the street naming in honor of Sergeant Ofren Arrechaga.
Thank you. Please excuse me.
Yes, Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent, thank you.
Item 13A.
Perfect. Moving on to 13B.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to Town Code Chapter 13, Article 12, Division 2, co-dedicating Cedar Court, Sergeant Eddie Perez Court, providing for instructions to Town Manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Excellent. This is also a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak for this item? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Any motions on the item?
I'll move.
Second.
Excellent. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Item 13B. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 13B.
Excellent. Thank you. Moving on to new business items. Item 14A is Councilman Dieguez. You have a motion to wait until he comes back. We move on to 14B. Anyone? I'll second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to 14B, Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My new business item is to add a left turn signal on South Montrose and Northwest 154th Street as That wasn't considered prior to 87th Avenue and the whole development on that area as well. So I know traffic has been cumbersome, and it's really a safety issue and a concern, because you do have a turn signal on the other side, getting on 154th to get to the Palmetto, but not one heading south. So from a public safety standpoint and traffic, I would like the council to consider directing staff to work internally to incorporate a left turn signal on Northwest 154th and Montrose southbound.
We have a motion, and I'll second it. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to item 14C, Frankie Inderio Jr. plaque. I know there was someone to speak on behalf of this item.
Good evening. How are you? Mario Panera, 8825 Northwest 151st Stairs. This was brought to us by Manny and Franklin Duder Sr. I'm not sure if you all know, Franklin Duder Jr. was a prominent student and a member of our community, and he took his own life. This new business item is to do a tree of life with some sort of plaque at one of the parks here in Miami Lakes. The park would be the one on 89th 11 Northwest 148th Terrace. A simple tree of life with a plaque with some sort of a message, and including a picture of Frankie and a hotline, suicide hotline at the bottom, just for today's youth. A lot of youth hang out at that park. Something that would be, very special to Frankie and to the town.
Excellent.
I'll move it.
I'll
We
move
have a
it. If
motion.
there's a motion, I'll second it.
And we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item?
I just want a moment of personal privilege.
Yes, of course.
Frank, you have shared your story, and you have shared your journey with the town, and you continue to do so. And you don't know how powerful that is, because through your pain, you're helping a lot of people. And I want you to know that you're honoring your son every day, okay? So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Mr. Indero, would you like to speak on the item? No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks again, Council. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to item 14D. This is my item. This is regarding Lake Glen Ellen, Lake Cynthia, and the Anchorage area. License plate readers. I've been approached by multiple residents from those communities who were unaware that the special taxing district had even voted on the installation of LPRs at their meeting. The residents are asking that we please reconsider this, and if we don't take the position that we would like to have it done, at least have it out to resident approval before the special taxing district can vote it down. These residents, I've spoken to several residents in the different communities back there, and they are in favor of having it, and we're unfortunately unaware whether they were not, I'm sure they were noticed, but they just didn't attend the meetings.
Yep, Vice Mayor, something
Yes,
was
sir.
brought to my attention earlier this afternoon, is
Okay.
that the NSD has spoken about this issue multiple times, but they have actually never taken a vote for or against it.
Okay,
So,
excellent. So I'd like to direct town staff to work with the NSD to potentially install license plate readers in that area at that guard gate. That's my motion.
Second.
Yes, Councilman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was, on the heels of this item, I was approached by several residents, both in favor and against
Yeah.
the installation of the LPRs. I think that one of the most important things for us to do, working with the Neighborhood Service District, is to get the message out to the
Agreed.
residents that this topic is going to be discussed. Because one way or another, I think that it's a mixed bag of what the residents, there's a lot of residents in that area. I think there's, close to 900 residents, homes in there, and so there's a lot of different opinions. I would really like to have a robust discussion, so I would like to add to your motion, sending out proper, notice, perhaps sending something out to the homeowners to inform them that this topic will be discussed at a particular meeting on a particular day. So I know that we post the sign of the meetings, but a lot of people don't understand exactly what that service district does or what's going to be discussed. So I'd like to take it a step further and notify the residents.
I'll second that motion. I think that was sort of the important part of this whole process, is making sure that the residents that know, if the residents find out about it, I believe that a majority of them will be in favor of it.
So is the plan, Vice Mayor, for you to bring this back in February and then we'll notice them between now and February? You want to bring it back in March and we'll notice them?
I would like to do it as soon as possible. We can notice them.
We'll notice them as soon as, if you guys give us the green light, we'll notice them right away. But I think we need to tell them which meeting it's going to be discussed at again. Or do you want us just to move forward and look?
Well, I had a question for the town attorney, which was, is this something that we could approve on behalf of the neighborhood service districts as the council?
Yeah, the NSDs are advisory committees. Ultimately, all they do is provide input to the council. Council has final say over their budgets, their decisions, anything that happens with those NSDs. So I don't want to speak for the attorney, but my opinion is that, yes, you have the ability to appropriate NSD funds towards this initiative.
Okay, Mr. Attorney.
I concur with this today. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Lawrence Cubilla, Deputy Town Attorney. I concur with what the manager has said. When these NSDs, Neighborhood Service Districts, were transferred from the county, they were transferred from the Board of County Commissioners being the oversight to this body, the council and the mayor being the oversight board. You, as a body, decided that you wished to have advisory committees assist you with the oversight of those neighborhood service districts. And that's why they exist, to give you the advice. Ultimately, the decision-making rests with you.
Okay, but you're saying, Mr. Manager, that they never voted on this? Because it was my understanding that they had voted down.
No, they've discussed it more than once, but they've never actually taken a vote, for or against.
Okay. Well, I think then we should let them make a decision for or against, and then it can come to us ultimately to approve their approval or reverse their rejection, I guess. Yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I had a question on their budget. Did they set their budget for this fiscal year, and is that set in stone, or do they have discretionary funding to move forward with an approval that requires funding?
What I believe the other NSDs have done, which I think Royal Oaks is the one that has already expended money on LPRs, they've used their reserves and there's another, Yeah. So they have a reserve that they can do, and I think they have a 10 or 15% by direction of this council.
Can we confirm, I'm sorry to interrupt you, can we confirm the amount to install the LPR? What was the amount?
Jeremy? Yeah, it used to be they couldn't only buy them. Now they have a more economical option, which is to have a lease payment so you can get into more LPRs quicker, instead of having to expend a big capital outlay up front.
A year.
Good evening, Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, we actually got turned back today from the manufacturer. They're going to stand by the original pricing that we already had set up with Royal Oaks, so that's $65 for 2-camera system. This actual system for this section would actually require three cameras, and they were able to give us selective pricing to add that one additional camera. So we're looking at annual fee of $9,000 plus $2,000 and permitting fees for the one-time installation.
Understood.
May I, if I may through the chair, thank you so much. Would you be able to explain to me the cameras that are there now? Those cameras that are set up at the guard gate, who do they belong to?
So the cameras that were recently installed now are actually from Kent, the provider for security services. Those cameras are not LPRs. Those cameras are closed caption TVs. That is more of a quality assurance for their guards, as also for backups for checking essentially how many cars are passing through versus what is written down on the actual logs. So it's more of a quality assurance so they can continue to check on their own staff, because there have been some issues in the past with some of their staffing.
Would those cameras remain if we installed the LPRs?
Right now, when we installed those cameras, they were installed as a administrative order within, from the actual security provider. Yes. When we found out and the board found out, we put a hold to it. We awaited confirmation, which the Deputy Town Attorney provided, that none of that information or video footage can be pulled for public record. At that point, the board let us go ahead and bring them back up to speed and put them back up and running.
Understood.
So do those cameras, they record, and is that footage kept on record somewhere, or is it deleted?
No, it is kept on record for the recall if the company needs to go ahead and do an audit on an individual guard. If there was a complaint and we wanted to see if that guard did miss, let's say, 2 or 3 tags or allowed cars to go in without stopping each vehicle individually, at that point, they would use that footage independently within themselves, internally, to go ahead and check the status of that guard doing his job and following post orders.
And the neighborhood service district approved the installation of those cameras? Because I didn't know anything about it.
Correct. So it was always talked about from the get-go, and this is something that we also, within the contract, they can put in safety measures and checks for their guards. And then what we did, the hold was, because they were installed without our knowledge at the time, we asked the board and we asked also the deputy town manager to check that none of that information, which was the only real hesitation, was none of that information can be pulled for public record. They confirmed that it cannot, and we went ahead and we told them this would be turned back on at such date if there are no issues. There was no issues provided from the board.
Okay, so we weren't notified that they were being installed?
Correct.
Okay.
So let me clarify that. What happened was, at our prior discussions, the board was informing Kent Security there were constant issues.
Correct.
We brought up the instance where the CCTV cameras can be installed for the benefit. What we were waiting for was pricing. So while we were in the discussions for pricing, if there was going to be any impact to the NSDs, the security providers went ahead and installed it. There's no cost associated. This is something, once again, that they're doing internally for their own quality assurance.
Right, and they assumed that we would be in favor of it because it was discussed at a meeting.
From the discussions, yes.
Thank you, thank you.
I have some points, Vice Mayor, when you have the
Yes,
opportunity.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you so much. Jeremy, I've been at those meetings with you, right? Section 1 is unique. I would say unique because you have 7 different homeowners associations that are all looking out for their individual best interests. Some already have additional cameras at their entrance. Some already have additional security beyond the services that the special taxing district. So this is really the issue, why that issue hasn't moved forward. I don't think that there's any disagreement that LPRs are an added benefit, but you have a community that's sharply divided. We have asked that community to give us guidance, and they have bumped into their own friction, right? You have some people that are for it, some people that are against it, some people that may benefit, others perceive it no added value. But because we're dipping into all of their pockets, I think it's important that all of them opine. I think it's important that we do everything possible to get as much feedback as possible. That's why I support the Vice Mayor's item. I don't support the Vice Mayor's item. If we're just going to unilaterally make a decision, then why have an NSD committee anyway? Then let's do away with all the NSD committees and say, hey, let's us take on that. So if we have the committee and we're going to honor the committee's worth, then I think we should make every single effort. I would even be in favor of asking them to vote. Give every single resident an opportunity to opine. Because just like Councilman Ruano has been hit by maybe at least half a dozen for, half a dozen against, I can tell you one thing, there's no consensus. One way that we can do this, right, the same way that we're reaching into the people's pockets to pay for a park, let's take it for a vote. Let's have the 820-something homeowners opine and give us the feedback. There's no better solution to it than that.
Are you
So that
proposing
would-
a straw ballot?
I'm proposing that we do everything that we can possibly do to get as many homeowners to opine. If it's a straw ballot, it's a straw ballot. But I would like that direction to come back from the town. If it's really something that the homeowners want, let's come up with a plan and let's do that. But do not ignore the special taxing districts. Do not ignore their input, because I think their input is where we're at right now, right? The fact that you have such bifurcation on the issue. So let's do exactly what we're doing for the park. An education campaign, say, look, this is what it's going to cost you, pennies a day versus this, do the education campaign, solicit their input and bring it back.
Yeah, that was the genesis of my issue, is that a lot of residents didn't even know that this was being discussed. Some of them were under the assumption that it had already been voted down. But if you're telling me that that's not the case, then hopefully at the next meeting. But I think the key is to have as many residents aware that it's happening, so it's not just the members of the special taxing district. I like Councilman Collazo's idea of a straw ballot. Make sure as many people are aware. Do we know a budget for?
Yeah, well, we could do it one of 2 ways. Either one would be a straw ballot and see how many people respond, or we can do a notice, right? Just a one-way notice. We notice them and say, at this meeting of the neighborhood service district, this issue will be addressed. Jeremy or whoever's going to be there representing the town will ensure it's on the agenda. And then once you give everybody notice that this is going to be discussed at a NSD and you put it on the agenda, the NSD will have an opportunity to vote it up or down, and then that'll be reported back to this council, and then you'll have an opportunity to say, okay, we noticed everybody, we mailed out a notice to everybody, they had this meeting on such and such a day, they discussed it, they voted, and it went this way or that way, and then you guys can make a decision on whether you want to either concur with them or override the committee and fund it.
I would like to make a motion to have a straw ballot on this issue for that area.
I'll second that. Do we know the budgetary parameters for that?
800
No.
something.
I mean, there's.
Yeah, we could report back to you next month
Okay.
after we do that and get an idea. When we did the notice for the street renamings before the change that happened today, we have a system similar to what we do with our P&Z items. We've developed that so it's not labor intensive. We pay an outside entity to do that and do the notice. So we'll prepare that, and we'll have to count how many households there are, and then we'll have a cost, and we'll bring that. We'll report back on it next month and give you a cost estimate.
Excellent.
And give you an idea of where we suggest it come from.
Okay. So we're voting on the motion as amended by Councilman Collazo. Any further discussion?
A point of clarification, can you
Yes, sir.
restate the motion? Or may the clerk restate the motion?
The main motion by Vice Mayor Rodriguez was to approve and to install all PRs at the guardhouse, at the guard gate for the Miami Lakes Section 1, including Lake Glen Ellen, Lake Cynthia, and the Anchorage. Then immediately thereafter, Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Vice Mayor Rodriguez, made a friendly amendment to send proper notice about all these particular meetings. And then, of course, now the amendment by Councilmember Collazo, seconded, I believe, by Vice Mayor Rodriguez, to have a straw ballot question for the all PRs and to come back in the February council meeting with a report from staff.
Then point of order, I think we should work backwards.
So it would be a strike-all
A
amendment.
strike-all amendment.
Oh,
The last
okay.
one.
That would replace the original amendment.
Okay, then
Or a
perfect.
motion.
All right.
So the last amendment is a strike-all.
So then you're all voting on the motion, the
But did we
amendment
vote on
by
the strike-all?
The
Councilmember
amendment by Councilman
Collazo.
Collazo is a strike-all amendment for the straw ballot. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are gonna go back to 14A, which was skipped because of Councilman Dieguez. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This item, tax relief study, is exactly what it says. However, it gets there through a method referred to as annexation. I think we all understand what annexation is, even if maybe it's unclear to some how it actually functions legally. So what I'd like to do is, in the spirit of an item that was proposed back in 2013, to consider annexing, particularly the area that I'm looking to include in the study, is to see how much additional tax revenue would be added to our tax base from ad valorem taxes, non-ad valorem tax sources, et cetera, as well as to provide an overview of what the annexation process would look like of the study area, and also to come back with options that at different levels of studies, right? Because obviously we want to know not only how much would be added to our tax base from this annexation, we want to know what the service cost would be, what the increase would be, if any, and to what extent, and then also to study perhaps other aspects of it. So my motion is simply to direct the town manager to come back to us with a few tiers, if you will, of study for annexation that will include at least those key pieces: what it's going to cost if we had to provide services to that area, how much an additional tax revenue would we generate from it, and hopefully we can even do at least a one-time rebate or rollback, using the additional revenue to give the residents some tax relief. So we're seeing extraordinary equity built up in homes, so I think this is worth at least taking a look. That's my motion.
I'll second the item.
Any discussion on the item or questions of Councilman Dieguez? Councilman Collazo and then Councilman Fernandez.
The only issue that I brought forward, as you many know, I live in Windmill Gate, and it's one of the areas closest to and one of the things that I've been receiving as a homeowner have been these notices of potential development, in particularly some of the parcels that are currently owned by the school, by Day Christian. So, what I brought forward to the town manager is, as you're doing this town, the study of the tax, the implication, realizing that it may not be that parcel that it is now. It might not be mostly a commercial area. There might be some residential units. So just factor that into the level of service, what's going to be the impact, that I'm in favor of the study, but just realize that the future of that parcel doesn't necessarily look like the way it does now.
Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm also in favor of the study. I would like to, the only thing I'd maybe like to tweak is the study area. I would almost want to see two options, right? In the spirit of options, the area from 57th to 67th, and then the area from 67th to our current boundary. Essentially, if we were to annex both areas, squaring off the town, right? And setting our boundary as the canal north of 170th. Throughout, completely squaring it off. But I would like to look at both of those areas, out of respect to the original intent of the motion separately. I would like to look at, the area that Councilman Dieguez is proposing separately from the other area. So that's one. And two, I think Councilmember Collazo just said something that should remind us of events in the town's past, right? There's already talks and churn about development at the school site, and there may be other development in the future. Let's remember what happened west of I-75. Let's keep into focus, do we want control of the decision of those developments that will or will not be built? Do we want a seat at that table? Or do we just, are we going to defer to the county making those decisions? And living with the consequences, which, out of our previous experience has been negative. So, I think it was a very important point, because I don't want to look back at that development and say, oh, well, if we would have been the ones evaluating that would have been, different in this way or that way. So, it may have. So. Definitely in support of taking a look at this. With that, I'm not sure if that needs to be an amendment or.
Well, we haven't really. This motion, I don't think, gives us the green light to go do the study, right? So defining what the study is going to include, what we can talk to whoever we're going to talk to about getting pricing. Well, we could talk to them about these, and that could be the options that you're talking about, right? Only study this section, study that section, all of it together, piece it, the original area that the Councilmember Dieguez was describing. We can do 2 or 3 different options, and we'll do that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Just one thing I wanted to clarify for the manager's benefit. I think what Councilman Fernandez is saying is study the commercial-only piece that I'm proposing, and then the other option, as between the two study areas, would be to study the entire area there that includes the commercial piece and the small residential piece there.
Correct. Everything south of the canal.
Correct, yeah. Just because when you were speaking last time, it seemed like you were going to do one, and then both together.
Okay.
So,
Well,
yeah, I
yes,
just
I
wanted to
understand.
clarify that.
Yeah, the geographical area that you described, and then that'd be one option. Another option would be adding the residential, which is west of the area that you described.
Yes, for when you come back to us with those options.
Okay, so we have a motion as amended and discussed. Councilman Alvarez, you had anything to add? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to 14E. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And again, I'm always looking for new ways to try and, provide relief to the residents in terms of their tax burden. That was the spirit behind the annexation item that we just discussed. And similarly here, Governor DeSantis has identified a tax holiday that he's asking the legislature to approve with respect to the gas tax. And I think that is a great idea that they should continue to incorporate moving forward, much in the same way that every year they renew the sales tax holiday related to school supplies and hurricane supplies. I think that this is a good policy to have, especially in car-centric Miami-Dade County, and would help out the residents not only of Miami Lakes but elsewhere. So I want to pass a resolution that would support the implementing the proposed policy in this legislative session and then continuing it indefinitely in future sessions as well. That is the motion.
We have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the item?
Just as a point of clarification, we don't have a resolution here attached to this. So if you give the deputy town attorney the latitude to prepare a resolution substantially, to this effect, then I think we won't have to bring it back to you again next month, and we can move forward and get it over with today's vote.
Yeah, we've done that in the past. I think the only one that I've actually directly written was the Kiva resolution, and then usually it's Lorenzo taking the first stab at it, and then just me working with him on that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on. Item 14F, this is mine. This is pretty simple. I've discussed it a little bit with members of the Optimist Club. I've also discussed it with Jeremy. The idea is that we get the Optimist Club to use a similar platform to ours for the period of time where they have what I'm calling the Optimist block fields. So either for Rec League Optimist or Optimist Travel, they have a specific time during the week where their fields are being used. And so they can use a scheduling system similar to the one that we use for the pavilions, which is excellent, and that the town can use that platform for periods of time outside of the Optimist block. And the ones that come to mind are obviously the Sundays and Saturday afternoons where you have men's leagues or softball leagues that wish to rent the fields for those periods of times and get away from the paper application and shift over to the pavilion style platform. So that is my motion.
I'll second.
Excellent. Any discussion?
I have some questions.
Yes.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward, because this, as being coaches, we know that the Optimist does an amazing job, right? They actually do a yeoman's job of really setting up programming, and I don't even know how they do it, and they're volunteers. So I'm glad that it's something that definitely involves them. Also, as coaches and as residents, I've also tried to go out there and use some amenities, and it's really hard to do, right? But my concern is, as we put up a $30 million amenity to the community, that other groups, when you mention the fathers teams, when you mention the softball teams, I don't have anything to that. I'm concerned of travel teams that are going to come out there and make this their new business model. Right?
So,
or XYZ Batting Academy now is going to lease up all of the spaces because we made it so easy that not even the residents can use it. So whatever the plan is to make sure that we're not creating, that there's not an unintended consequence, that what we're doing then is now facilitating somebody else's business model, and then it detracts from the actual people who paid it. Right? Because as it is right now, I guarantee you got to use a batting cage, good luck, because you're going to be competing against a private instructor, against all the Optimist fields, and if you're a resident in this town trying to use a batting cage, like I've had to deal with so many residents telling me, hey, I don't got batting room when Optimist is going on, it's first come, first serve. They do a great job of kind of prioritizing it, but it cuts out the residents. And again, if they're the ones that are going to pay $30 million, whatever the price tag, 26, 28, whatever price tag we're going to put on it, make sure that they're protected somehow in this system, that they get priority, and that what you're not doing is inadvertently opening up the door for somebody to have a very, very easy go at a business model, which I don't think is the intended consequence.
Right. So I had already had a similar discussion with Mr. Hamilton and Chris, the current president of Optimus, and they raised those concerns, and I assured them that we would work with them around their set time schedule. It's really not changing much other than the application process. Right now, anyone could go out and rent a Sunday field, but they'd have a paper application. So that same situation is not precluded right now. It doesn't happen because most travel teams or anything, they can't just survive practicing 1 day a week. So the only thing that it's going to do is improve the application process for rental. And that's my intent. So, but we will be working with the Optimists to figure out both their internal system and the time periods when they're not using it.
And I think what again, going back, that it's an equitable system, right? That what we're doing is we're doing this for the residents who, in fact, would be paying if the project goes forward. I mean, it could be that we don't have anything on those fields, but right now, right, the town is moving in that direction, and I want to make sure as we put there the shiny new object, right, that we're basically not underwriting the fact that Travel Team X, right, has these brand new fields and can come and clean them up because they have a very easy online application system. And then the residents, the dads clubs, the softball teams, then have a harder go at it. Because if you're a business-minded set, you know, is a little bit differently. Your dad's teams, your softball teams are not waking up to make sure that it's not a business. You're doing it for fun. And that's really what I'm trying to the emphasis I'm trying to make, is to make sure that the residents are protected. Because as it is now, since the resources are scarce, residents are the ones that are having a hard time going in there. I don't want to make sure that the residents continue to be the focus and not travel teams or academies or anything like that.
The travel team reference in here was Optimus specific travel, not outside travel teams. So
Thank you for clarifying, because I know that there was some concern with Chris and some of the other Optimus Club members that.
Yeah, and I discussed that with Chris yesterday. So either way, Jeremy will work with them. So that's the motion. Oh, Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there a cost associated with incorporating a new platform like this? Because I remember that when we discussed the budget, there was an item similar to this, right? It was like a reservation platform.
So what was in the past was the entire reservation system altogether. Our current platform does allow us to move this resource, our fields, into a reservation almost like if it were a pavilion. So we are able to do it with no increase in cost to our software provider and our contract with them.
Perfect.
So there's nothing incorporated new.
Perfect.
And then just to some of the comments, the idea would be exactly what we are doing on paper, to just bring it into a digital format, which means there still would be a checks and balance that would need an approval from the park manager and or my discretion in order to approve this rental.
Correct.
What we would be able to be facilitating is that paper copy doesn't have to be scanned and sent, doesn't have to be delivered to Manny directly. We would just move away from that aspect, but still have the checks and balances to make sure. And this is also going to help us with that timeline, where online there's going to be the actual rule set when you go to reserve something, 14 days, or else the system won't even let you put down a rental for 14 days. So there are checks and balances that will work out, but as you mentioned, we'll
Correct.
continue to work in hand with the Optimus Club.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So, and thank you, Councilwoman Ruano, for remembering the discussion we had about the parks reservation system. So I was actually the proponent of pulling that, not because our current parks reservation system is terrible, because it's terrible. Like, it's 14 years old. It needs to be replaced. My intent was to kind of fund that with some of the carry forward. So what I'd like to do is look at, take a look at the park reservation system as a whole before implementing this, because I think the whole thing needs to go. That's part of the reason I joined Manager Bajdown and Deputy Town Manager Lopez at the Parks Convention, the Florida Parks Convention in Orlando, was to look at some of those other systems, and they are way, far and beyond what we're using. We're coloring with crayons compared to what some of these systems offer. So that's one. Two, to Councilman Collazo's point, That's one of the bedrocks of implementing information systems is the division, the separation between the technology and the business rules. And the business rules are whatever you define the business rules to be. A lot of times when new software is implemented, people get sloppy and they change their business rules to meet the software that they bought. And it works the other way around. So if Jeremy's business rules say that, you can't reserve a park for more than 14, then that needs to stay. And the new software needs to work around that, not the other way around. So I think that should kind of address some of that. You don't want to interfere with the part of the process that relates to the rules that you want, but you do want to make the process as a whole more efficient. It doesn't help to make it less efficient, to make it less attractive. Then we're punishing the other users because of that. So definitely expect whenever the carry forward money comes forward, a renewed discussion about the parks reservation system as a whole. That was, if you guys remember from the survey that we did last year, that was one of the most poorly rated municipal services. It was that and bulky waste. I think bulky waste is resolved. Now we got to take a stab at parks reservation. So,
Excellent. Well, if the current system is pencil, then what we're doing with the application is like a chisel and a hammer because it's terrible. So yeah, if we can get away from that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to item 14G. Apparently, Madam Clerk, you said that there was a video or something for the mayor.
Yes. Ariel, please play the movie, the trailer.
Here we go.
Ok, vamos, apúrate.
I told you, I have to pack.
Julio consiguió la pieza y me la voy a montar hasta las 3 de la tarde.
Okay, I will call you an Uber.
Ay, no me diga. ¿Y si me secuestran?
That's not a thing.
Lo que pasa es que el trabajo te tiene muy estresada.
I've been working basically non-stop, including weekends, not that anyone's noticed. We don't have time for this. Oh. I'm paying for this trip, and now I'm gonna be walking through Cuba naked because he stole my suitcase. Oh my God, ¿qué es eso?
Yo conozco un atajo, aquí a la derecha, a la derecha.
I'm looking for an ignition coil.
Ya se lo vendí en la tienda de piezas de carros rusa.
Es que, tú sabes que nosotros los cubanos nos demoramos 2 horas para hacer todo.
Really?
¿Estás loco? You're stealing my car now?
Tú no tuvieras este carro si no fuera porque nos escapamos del comunismo para traerte aquí. Y darte todo lo que tú tienes.
I know.
Me he estado volviendo loca el día entero. Jamás voy a olvidar esta traición. ¡Jamás!
¿La misma hora la próxima semana?
¡Ya!
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so on behalf of the mayor, I'll make the motion. I don't have any specifics on the date. Do you, Mr. Attorney?
No, I just wanted to add a couple of things that the mayor had asked me to just put on the record.
Okay.
So Ms. Claudia Murray is, as many of you may or may not know, is the daughter of previous Vice Mayor Nancy Simon. She grew up here in the Loch Lomond area. She's an attorney. She worked for many years doing representing different organizations, an advocate for civil liberties, and then she transferred her talents to filmmaking. And so what the mayor wants is for us to be able to do a debut of that film here in town. I don't believe he has a date in mind, and he'd be working with the manager on picking that in the location.
I'll make a general motion for the mayor to work with town staff to set up a date for the screening of the movie.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a suggestion.
Yes, suggestions.
The suggestion would be to maybe look at, doing it in an actual movie theater on Main Street rather than here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because you figure to do it here, you got to have some kind of AV setup or whatever. It's probably less expensive to do it at the movie theater. It's going to be a lot nicer, and it's going to drive more traffic to Main Street, which is
Yeah.
always a plus.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The only thing is, they may limit the time that we may want to debut. So we may want to do like something unveiled at night, but because of the movie, so I think we should look into it. I think we should look at all options, whether we do it here, do it outside where you bring all the community together outside, like how we do in Veterans Park, and then look at
Alright, so-
if we can solidify a vacant cinema at CMX. That's a good option.
All right, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna make my motion very broad, so that the mayor can work with town staff to develop a day for the screening of this movie.
Second.
A day and a location, because that'll be TBD as well. Okay, any discussion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. By the way, that actor was in Amparo. The old man, he was in the Amparo Experience. He was one of the actors. Hilarious. Okay, moving on to item 14H. This is another one of my items. Very self-explanatory. Direct town staff to reach out to all major cell phone carriers to see if there's any way we can improve coverage throughout the town.
Second.
Any questions, discussions? I've talked to the manager about this, and he has some ideas already. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the manager to put on the record where we're at with respect to something that Mr. Morera mentioned as far as my item on the leasing town facilities as one way of expanding 5G access.
Yeah, we put it out for letters of interest on monetizing the 5G. So I think they just put it out earlier this week or late last week. So we're waiting for responses back.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this up. It's funny, within 2 days of the new business items being released, I was having service issues at my house. So timely, and I think it's always important. If we're going to be a first-class city and a city of the future, especially with our smart cities agenda, we need to have great service in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank
Agreed. Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 14I was pulled. So we're moving on to 14J. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. I move at this time to waive 7.3 of the special rules of order.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I was approached recently by this company, StatLab Mobile, that came highly recommended by some friends of mine that formerly worked at the Florida Department of Emergency Management. They were looking to open up a site, and they were intent and primarily to locate a small municipality to set up in. So they were nice enough to send them my way to talk to me about the possibility of doing this, and that's when I decided, especially with the recent surge that we've seen of Omicron, and I think that half of us have already gotten through the holidays. I wanted to see what we can do to try and alleviate some of the testing pressure that we've seen throughout the county and here in the town of Miami Lakes. So with that, they have proposed, they've explored the Royal Oaks Park site as a place where they can do a drive-through location. I think it would be less intrusive in many ways than the site that's been opened up there at the golf course. But this is just giving the administration permission to continue working with StatLab to make this site happen. And I'll briefly list some of their references here of prior organizations that they have performed testing for: the Florida Division of Emergency Management, the Florida House of Representatives, and the State Senate, the White House, SpaceX, Village of Key Biscayne, Village of Palmetto Bay, Glades, Hendry County for FDOH, same for FDOH at Marion County, Sumter County, and Escambia County. So these are this is a company that has impeccable credentials, and while I understand that there's another company that now has approached us with a different way of providing testing, I think for the time being we should move forward with this one and then see where we can fit in this other local company that just approached us. That is my motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Questions?
I do have.
Councilman Collazo.
This COVID's not going away. The only way that we can do, find out where it's at and make sure that people are following the proper protocols is to test. So big proponent of testing. I loved that option that they were proposing. The fact that it's a mobile testing facility, can go out to individuals who may not be able to go to testing sites, I think just offers another dynamic. If you'd be open to it and they're vetted properly through the town, or maybe not just this company, maybe a different company, but I think mobile testing offers another dynamic to continue to going out to the population. So if you're open to it, I'd like to add to your motion for the town to contact the provider that came here forward, or look at alternatives for mobile testing solutions or home-based testing solutions. That's been a big rage because people can keep a couple test kits on hand, test relatively quickly without necessarily having the encumbrance of going to a library or a site. So to explore those options, right, and continue to make testing as widely available as possible to our residents. And I'd like to make that as a motion if you're open to it, amendment, if you're open to it.
I would not have a problem with that amendment.
Well, we have an amendment and we have a second from Councilwoman Ruano. So speaking now on the amendment.
The one thing I did want to add, though, is that also Stat Lab apparently also has a mobile component. So, but again, the more the merrier. So, however we can get
I
it
don't
done.
have a preference to providers if they're the preferred, if they've been vetted and they're qualified. I don't have a preference. I'm just saying the dynamic of having a mobile provider and having the availability of at-home test kits, I think, are great.
Perfect. I'm in favor.
Any further discussion on the, yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Through the chair, I'd like to ask the manager or possibly the staff that may have assisted in this. Mr. Michael Salem, who works with an organization called Steps in the Right Direction, had reached out to me recently. He said that he had tried to make contact with the town regarding setting up another mobile testing site. And I don't know if maybe he didn't contact the right person or maybe there wasn't room for it at that moment. I do know that he reached out to me to explore interest. When he reached out, there wasn't a lot of activity at the COVID testing site because for many weeks, the COVID testing site at the old Indigo Hotel was kind of, I guess, empty. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What was the name of the individual? Because we did have one other entity that reached out, but I don't believe it was a
Michael
gentleman.
Salem, and his organization is called Steps in the Right Direction. I don't know if the COVID testing component has a different name, but I do know that he tried to reach out to someone. And so I just wanted to, I had that question. I don't know if you remember or if there's any way that we can reach out to him as well.
I'd have to check to see if he's listed under that. The only individual, her name was Diana. Yeah, we had one other entity reach out, but it doesn't sound similar.
I'm not sure if maybe he's associated with them or not. But I wanted to know how we were going to move forward with different companies that would like to provide these services within the town and in other municipalities as well, right? They're looking to set up their sites. And also, I saw a COVID testing site at the gas station across from the Elevate Church, across from the building, the Elevate Church building. There's a gas station on that corner. I believe it's a Marathon gas station.
Okay.
There was a testing site that was like a pop-up tent.
Yeah, I'm not privy. They didn't reach out to us for any discretion or anything of that nature.
Well, they were set up in our swale.
I did see them. I saw them
as well?
Yes.
So,
and by the way, they were there one day, and then the next day they were supposed to be open, and there was a huge line of people by the car wash, and they never showed up.
So that may have been something that I wasn't sure if we had approved it or not. So I was waiting to bring that up, and then with regards to this testing site or the company that came and told us that they're a mobile site, which I think is fantastic, right? Because they come to you. I would just like, if we're going to explore this, I'd like to explore all of the people that are approaching us, and not just the one company. And I agree with Mr. Peterman. The COVID testing site now is kind of empty, so I think it just kind of comes in waves, and then it dies down. But if you have the ability to explore all of the individuals that have reached out, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, we didn't break any communication. We were just waiting to see what kind of came from this item to see how we would move forward. But there was no intent of breaking away from somebody who's already reached out to potentially test for us in the town.
No, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Thank you.
Councilman Collazo and then Councilman Alvarez.
Councilman Morano, Michael Salem reached out to me prior to the Omicron wave, and at that time there wasn't really a lot of demand, and I think I reached out to the manager at that time, and because there was not any necessary demand, it's not something that we pursued. And I think, I don't know if you remembered, it was either a text or a conversation, but it was way prior to Omicron. So Omicron hits, and then, you know, everybody's looking for testing. So
Right, hindsight is 20/20, and then now by the time that we caught up to it, we're kind of like, we're on the tail end of it.
So that's why the motion that I think that Councilman Dieguez brings forward, along with all the other amendments, you know, to explore options again, is just to make sure that we have a wide array of different types of service providers that could address this issue if it ever pops up again. What I think is smart is just having them in your tool belt, never using them, but at least having them and as a resource, I think is great.
Sure, thank you.
Councilman Alvarez.
Jeremy. Just stay there. Have you guys been approached about the monoclonal treatment, the preventive not the preventive, but the early treatment? They have it at Bucky Dent and Babcock Park in the city of Hialeah, where they're doing COVID testing, and they also have the early prevention treatment, which is the 5 shots. It's like the Regeneron.
Mhm.
So I don't know if any of the ones that you've partnered with, or maybe even, you know, reaching out to our neighboring city and seeing if there's a way, if it's possible to get the early treatment Regeneron here, and then you can kind of combine it and make it like something similar like that, where people can get tested,
And
but
if
right, and then they can come and get the early prevention treatment as well with the Regeneron. And I know it's you could do it at a tropical park, but then after the rise, the spike in late December, like, you couldn't get it, and those were provided by the state. So somehow Hialeah partnered with someone that has the early prevention treatment of the Regeneron. So
Yep. The problem with the monoclonal antibody treatment, there are 3 different monoclonal antibody treatments. 2 of them proved to not really necessarily be effective against the Omicron. There's only another one. And so the state discontinued sending the 2 to the counties and so forth, the 2 that were proved to be ineffective. So there was only 1 that was effective, and then there was obviously a short supply of that, because before they were distributing the demand or the need across 3 different monoclonal antibodies. So I believe that the Regeneron was one of the ones that was not effective against the Omicron. So that's probably the one that was, it was in short supply. That's the problem with, that's what caused the crunch.
Take a look at it.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want, as a point of clarification for the administration so that they're clear, this amendment is to study working with these other providers as well and where we can use them, but the original motion is to move forward with Stat Lab. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Voting on the motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Back to the main motion. Discussion, main motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The item passes. Okay, moving on. Item 15A. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council. Lorenzo Cubilla, Deputy Town Attorney. The 2 items, I'm going to discuss them both together, the A and B. The Mayor's report, I spoke with him briefly before the meeting. What he wants to do with this is he wants to formalize the process by which council and staff work together on county and federal legislative items, similar to what is already done for the state, formalize it for the county and for the federal government. And that's what they are.
Can we take both of those? Can we make a motion for both?
I think so.
At the same time?
Yeah, they're both germane.
All right, so I'll move it as stated by the town attorney, deputy town attorney.
I'm sorry, can you restate that,
Sure.
Mr. Attorney?
So the item is that both for county and for the federal, that the council work with staff to formalize what are the priorities for items that, appropriation items that they're seeking from the county and from the federal government.
Thank you.
There's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
So like we do with the state.
Yeah,
How
the same way we do
as a
state
governing body,
appropriation
we discuss and we direct staff what to put for the appropriations.
And staff
each-
works with you and
So
brings
just to
items
do it
that-
now with the federal government and with the county.
Correct.
Got it.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That takes care of 15A and B. Moving on to 16A, Manager's Report. Mr. Acosta, welcome.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Carlos Acosta, Public Works Director. Gonna go here and highlight just a few projects on page 1. The Save Russell School Bob Grant, that project is proceeding very well. The design should be next month at 90%. I mean, this year we're doing the design, but the construction is scheduled for next fiscal year, is funded next fiscal year. So, but this year we'll finish the design and put it out for bid. Street lights project, we issued the notice to proceed to the contractor effective yesterday, January 10th. And then the contractor that is working on the Montrose and Fairway and mid-block crossings is expected to start on the Montrose one at the end of January. And he'll be doing some work there, and he's ordered some of the material as well.
Director Acosta, on the neighborhood street lighting project, I know you issued the notice to commence. Do you have an estimated time when that would be completed?
It should be, it depends on we've issued the notice to proceed, and he's gonna place the orders of the materials. And we're waiting to see, I mean, the project shouldn't take that long, probably 90 days to do, but it just depends on now when he placed the order for some of the equipment, he's gonna get back with us and see how long is it gonna take for it.
Thank you. And for some of the streetlights that have been out, just routine maintenance that has nothing to do with that particular project, I know there's been some delay on ordering parts, or some of the parts have been on back order, and particularly in the Orchid area, Cypress Court area. Do you know of any of those, any updates on those, or?
I'll have to get back with, if you have one specific, I'll check on that, on those lights.
Okay.
I know lately for some reason, we've had a lot of lights go out, so.
Okay.
I'll make a
Thank you.
note here to
Yeah,
follow up
I
with you.
appreciate it.
and
Thank
get-
you.
Okay. Moving on to page 2, I'm just going to highlight a few projects here that are stormwater bond related. The first 3, 159, 166, and Commerce Way drainage improvements are coming along pretty well. In fact, the 151 and 166 Street, 166, it's with close to 79th Avenue. Those are, right now are the 3 projects that will probably be the first ones in line being constructed this fiscal year. So we're looking at probably April, May timeframe where we're putting these solicitations out if we maintain the schedule that we have. Scrolling down towards Alameda Northwest, 153rd Street drainage improvement projects. Those projects are going along pretty well, assuming that there's no issues with permittings with South Florida Water Management District and so forth. Those projects also should be going out for bid sometime in the May-June timeframe. Canal bank stabilization is proceeding very well, rapidly. I mean, the 90% plans are expected in February, and then we'll take that and submit for Durham permits on those. I'm just highlighting a few, but if you have any specific questions, just let me know. Moving on to page 3, the West Lakes Drainage Improvement Project. That's a project that is wrapping up right now in the West Lakes area, 95% complete. We still got a couple of things that we have to finish up, installation of a few baffles and so forth. The Northwest 83rd Place, that's the one that we just did right there on 162nd Street, 90% complete, just waiting for some restoration work to be completed there. The next section is some of the facility projects. The backup generator at Roberto Alonso, we finally got the agreement. It's being reviewed. The town should be signing off on that and sending it back to the grantor for their signature, and then we can go ahead and start going after the design of that project. The police parking lot fence, as you may have noticed already, is mostly done. There's a couple of items that need to be wrapped up, and we expect that this month. The youth center trellis, that was completed, and we got a couple of solicitations out there, like the AC, one of the ACs in this building, and some of the other things that we have coming up. Roadway maintenance, we continue to tackle the sidewalk repairs around town and some of the other items that are highlighted there. But if you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to address.
Any questions, Mr. Acosta?
Just to add
Mr.
something to
Manager.
his report, today, I think today or yesterday, they finished the speed hump in front of K-9 Cove.
Yes.
And
Saw that email.
it appears that that's going to probably cause a lot of cars to park, which probably that's already been happening, park across the street. Carlos is going to work with his team to come up with some mitigation measures so that it's not all dirt in that little stretch there where people are parking. So we're going to try and come up with some strategies, and then we'll pitch them to you and see what you want to do.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, moving on, 16B, Councilman Dieguez.
Major?
Pardon me, where are we?
The Bob Graham.
It's the additional traffic resources surrounding premises of Bob Graham Education Center.
I don't know why it's attributed to me, to be completely honest with you.
I think
Yeah.
it has your name because I believe you brought it up a couple months back.
You started
Oh,
And
you
that's,
started it.
This is all your fault.
that's
I was going to say, I thought we were a manager's report, so.
yeah, it probably should have my name there.
All right, Major Ruiz.
Good evening, everybody, and Happy New Year. The town manager tasked us with looking into the traffic concerns that are along that street, specifically around Bob Graham. Since we have our boots on the ground, we have officers working that situation every day during the school year. And what we did is we accumulated our observations and worked with staff at the school in order to see what can be done, what the causes were, what the root causes were. And we met with the assistant principal, Mesa, and discussed what was going on. And they actually took the time to advise us of some of the actions that they've taken in order to address some of the concerns. For example, they moved our 6th grade exit to the east side of the school. So now the parents that line up on the south side, which is what's causing most of the traffic concerns, are now just the 4th and 5th grade exit. Additionally, the staff began opening up gates closer to the actual dismissal time, so that deters parents from arriving earlier to line up because they can't get in anyway until that closer to that time. And we actually have seen from the beginning of the school year a significant improvement in terms of the traffic buildup from what it was. But some of the things that we discovered when discussing it with the school and actually meeting with them and obtaining this information was that a couple of things. First, bus usage is down. They're seeing about 3 public school buses for afternoon dismissal and 1 private bus. And they don't have exact numbers, but they used to have like 5 or 6 more in the past, in past years. The public school bus usage also is limited to students that live within the boundaries of the school, but outside of a 2-mile radius. So if you live within 1.99 miles, within you don't meet eligibility for that. The biggest, I think, issue came with the before school care programs and the aftercare programs in sports. They're no longer going on, and this is obviously an effect of COVID and, what until this COVID pandemic ends, you may not get that back, and it's a school-wide issue. And the reason that's significant is obviously, as parents, as kids do the aftercare programs and they do the sports programs, parents are showing up later, and it's staggered, along different times. So knowing that and finding all that information out, there's some things that we provided to the school staff and said, this is something you can take up, up amongst your chain of command to see if there's anything that can be done. Ideas such as construction of additional roadway within that south loop. You can fix it up to be some type of track field, but at the same time, it could be where cars come in. But that would be something that school board would have to do. providing additional busing resources. Again, it's something school board would have to do. Maybe request the school board work with, with the town or anyone else to establish bus pickup and drop-off locations at different areas such as parks, so that, you can have buses pick up the students at a park and then, transport them to the school, keeping less vehicles that drive through. So these are all ideas that we brought up and presented to them in order to see if there's anything that they can do. And we'll, obviously continue to monitor it, and hopefully once, we keep saying once we go back to normal, but once we go back to normal, hopefully we'll see some more after-school care programs, we'll see more bus usage and things of that nature. So just wanted to give you a brief update as to what our actions were in terms of gathering information and discussing it with the school.
Excellent. You're already up here. You want to just take on the monthly police report?
Sure. As the year closed out, in terms of our crime, it continued to maintain stable. Our units shifted to conducting high visibility patrol, in the months of November and December, in residential areas, and as the holidays came, ensuring patrol of businesses and shopping centers and restaurants during, as we started to see a significant increase in people in these areas. People coming out and obviously focusing on the safety of those areas. Our neighborhood resource unit assisted with a couple of community bike rides in the past couple of months as well. We also observed an increase this past holiday 2-week period in the COVID testing site. And over that 2-week period, our staff actually responded to address the issue that the traffic was starting to build up on the 154th Street, started to line up towards Fairway Drive. We provided guidance, we provided feedback in terms of looping the vehicles and coming inside and utilizing the west parking lot in a much better manner than was being utilized before. And as a result, we saw significant improvement. We didn't have to assign staff there on a full-time basis, which was great. They were able to police themselves, take care of it themselves. And then when it lined up and, you're on that line for 4 hours and the COVID testing site ends in 4 hours, we provided them guidance on telling people, we're done. It ends at 5 and we have more than enough staff to address the issue. So as this new year begins, we're going to start shifting back to focusing our efforts towards conducting traffic details and identifying, again, areas of concern with speeding and things of that nature in order to provide high visibility, especially during the midnight hours. And with that, that's a quick, brief overview of the police report, and I'll open up for any questions, comments, or concerns.
Excellent. Any questions? None? Thank you very much, Major.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to 16C, hurricane resiliency.
In the past, in June 2021, Mayor Stitt requested that we continue to study the code to look for ways where maybe technology for building materials, building technologies become advanced enough that they may not meet our code requirements today, and that we obviously amend our code to allow those technologies to come in. We do that on a regular basis. There is nothing at this point that we would have to submit, but just to reassure the council that that's something that occurs on a regular basis. And as a matter of fact, just to remind you all that we have recently passed at least 2 or 3 items, including a little bit of the green building that we were doing today, which have to do with always improving our code to meet technology, new demands, new fashions, new things that happen, so that we're always current and not falling behind on new tastes and new things. So at this point, there's really nothing that we can do brand new, but obviously anything that comes to our attention, either through permitting or through issues that coming through the public, we address them directly and quickly.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes. Anything else? Nope. Thank you very much. All right. 16E, the monthly report on Miami Lakes Optimist Park.
Good evening again. Our current status with the JUA and the school board was given our last set of revisions. They responded to us back on January 6th. It is right now with the district staff as far as reviewing our latest amendments. They're anticipating to have responses by next week. So with that, we're looking to have something hopefully. My goal is to have it for you guys in February to take a look at what the last amendments are. And we'll get the ball rolling with the JUA and finalizing that conceptual to close out that facet. As far as the dugouts, our vendor has received 50% of materials, so we are looking at having 2 of our dugouts already fabricated and completed by the end of January, with the other 2 being fabricated prior to the season. So right now we are looking at the first 2 weeks, which gives us just a little wiggle room before the opening day. But right now, they responded earlier this morning saying we received half, and our next ship date for the remaining materials should be on target for that February 9th, prior to the February 19th opening.
Excellent.
I do get to bring you guys the good news, even though you have already been informed earlier on Friday. We were able to complete a little bit ahead of our schedule our tennis and pickleball court. I would be remiss if I don't mention pickleball. Court resurfacing project, where we were able to go ahead, resurface 4 of our courts, fill in cracks, repaint, reline, add the 4 additional pickleball courts, new nets, new posts, and new footers. So there were some other infrastructure things that took place as well. But the courts were a soft opening on Saturday, but with no word out, we still had about 15 women that played on dominated 2 sides, 2 courts, and played for the entirety of the morning. And then we had another 3 or 4 individuals in the other court, and we were able to play some pickleball as well, which is very, very addictive. Don't start it if you haven't tried it. Don't start it if you haven't tried it.
No.
And other than that, as far as Optimist, we're just preparing for Food and Wine now in February and the opening day of February 19th, which you guys should have gotten a calendar invite earlier today.
Excellent. Any questions?
No, just a comment. Jeremy, outstanding job on the Sports Hall of Fame. I know the mayor was not able to go, but I did attend on the council's behalf. And you guys transformed that park. That event needs to be an outdoor event moving forward, and really gave me a complete new perspective on that park, and you guys did an amazing job. So thank you so much for organizing that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. Moving on, item 16F. Sorry, Mr. Costa, I didn't let you do while you were up here.
No, not a problem. This is just an update and an item that the mayor brought back in November regarding runway traffic on 167, or 77th, but turns into 167th Street. So staff, we looked at it. I mean, there's plenty of do not enter signs at the intersections with 154, 67. There's no left turns. Even coming out of the community, there's one-way signage. But I think the gap, the potential gap could be if you're going out of the community and taking a left turn, and don't see the one-way sign, then there's no other sign that alerts you that. So we have reached out to FDOT since they own the road, and gave them suggestions to improve to install runway signs as you exit. I think there's 2 or 3 exits along 167 from those communities. Other than that, I mean, we informed one of the HOAs as well to look at some of the signage in their community, so that, you know, if they need to refresh their striping or signage and things like that. But we're waiting from FDOT, hear from them and what they're going to be doing to improve safety on that street.
Excellent. Speaking of signage, where are we on the speed limit signage, the 25 mile an hour speed limit signs?
The speed limit signs, my understanding right now is the county attorneys have approved it. So right now it's going back to the Director of Public Works at the county to sign it, and then it'll be coming back to us. We already have the quotes from a company to install them, so we're ready to go as soon as the ILA comes back fully executed.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
16G, regular council meeting schedule calendar. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, this is actually in conjunction with the clerk's office. What it is just approval. It's the schedule of meetings for this year. All of the meetings fall on our regular second Tuesday of the month, other than November. November, the second Tuesday of the month is actually Election Day. So what we are recommending is to move the November meeting to the first Tuesday of the month, which would be November 1st, and that's the only exception to the annual calendar.
Got it.
I'll move the suggested change.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 16F, food trucks, Ms.
Susana.
Alonso.
This item is in reference to some new ways of doing businesses that are popping up, sometimes due to the pandemic, other new ways of which the economy is going in. Food trucks, or also known as mobile food service operations, are starting to pop up in random places. Sometimes they're in private property, sometimes they're on the swale, sometimes they're on town property directly. We are seeking guidance from the council to see if it would be convenient to create regulations to regulate them appropriately and make sure that they're falling in within. As it is six right now, we are using existing Miami-Dade County regulations, which have procedures that we don't have ways to enforce. They require them to issue a BTR, that they have like a site plan approval process. We don't have any of those procedures in place, so we can't really enforce the regulations of Miami-Dade County, nor do we have any of our own to be able to enforce. So they're right now kind of like in limbo. And we're unable to sort of, if there's any complaints about a food truck, we can't really deal with it well. So seeking guidance to maybe bring an item of regulating the food trucks appropriately, yes.
Yes, any questions or any motions?
I would definitely propose that we go in that direction. When we see something that we haven't tackled before and it starts popping up, we should get in front of it.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right, so we have
and
a
what we
motion.
could do is we could work Susana can work and come up with some ideas. She can run some of the ideas by the P&Z board, come back with a series of recommendations for modifications to the code. There, it may not always be a problem, right? But for instance, these food trucks sometimes set up in shopping centers. They take up parking spots that are supposed to be counted towards the allocation of spots for the buildings. One food truck may not be a problem, but what if they would put 20 food trucks? All of those what if are the things that we would try and get ahead of. And if you give us direction, we'll go back, do our due diligence, and in a few months come back to you with a work product that then I think is more meat that you can beat up.
Excellent. All right, so we have a motion from Councilwoman Morano, and I'll second it, so you guys can get started.
The one caveat that I would add, because pop-up vendors in general, right? And I think Vice Mayor or somebody else mentioned the fact that you can have a COVID testing site just pop out of nowhere, and there's no accountability, there's no one that you can go to. So I would do a little bit broader than just food trucks, and I would just look at pop-up vendors in general, in areas where we may want them, where we don't want them, where we may encourage their use or discourage their use.
All right, any further discussion? Everyone in favor of the motion? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
thank you. All right, 16I, All-American City Award.
Good evening once again. Just here to get some direction from the council on applying for the 2022 All-America City Award. The memo was pretty clear, but this year the theme is the award will recognize communities that have committed to improving the prospects for early school success. in partnership with national public housing agencies and affordable housing organizations. Thoughts, ideas?
I make a motion that we do not pursue the All-American City Award for 2022 just because it's not something that.
I second that
Second.
motion.
Second.
Let's all co-sponsor that.
Any?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Everyone in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Say aye.
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 Aye,
Excellent.
aye.
Thank you. That was easy. Mr. Attorney, attorney's report.
I have one. I have a report. Okay. As you know, our former building director has been sued by an individual citizen. Don't want to comment on that on the dais, and I'm not sure that it's proper for us to ask for an executive session because I don't know that the town is involved in litigation. So I'll take up advising you each one at a time. I've tried to give you some emails and things like that, but I'll keep you advised on that on an individual basis. I'd like to, on the Pizzi matter, on Tuesday at 9:30, I'm sorry, that's not the Pizzi matter. On the Bridges litigation, we have oral argument on Tuesday at 9:30. They will be in person. I believe you can log in and watch. It's set for half an hour. It's hard to read tea leaves on what that means when they give you oral arguments, but it's certainly a lot better than getting an opinion. So I think they're listening. I'm confident in our position. I really think we're right, but we won't know, and a judge has disagreed with me, so no guarantees there, but let's see.
Please go ahead and circulate the link to the third DCA so I can watch the oral arguments, please. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. I need an executive session on the Pizzi case, the FRS matter, and the eminent domain matter. I would like the eminent domain matter as soon as humanly possible. Not before Tuesday, but as soon as humanly possible. So I'd really ask that you make your schedules flexible, please, because that one's important. It's time sensitive, and we've got to make some real hard decisions on that very quickly. You can't do combined, because if not, then if you settle one of the cases, they're entitled to that transcript. So, yeah. So we do separate. The FRS one will coordinate a little bit more, but if at all possible, mid to late next week. I'd like to do it after Tuesday because I got a lot of work between now and Tuesday for the oral argument, but Wednesday or Thursday, yeah.
I believe we've been doing them early in the morning after school drop-off. Could that be okay?
What day,
That
I'm
would be
sorry?
my personal preference would be in the mornings. I cannot make early afternoons. I can't be somewhere at 5:30. I can be somewhere immediately after dropping off my child at school.
Yeah, the same for me.
What day was that,
Early morning.
Madam Clerk?
We can certainly celebrate my birthday next Wednesday with an executive session in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wednesday, the 19th,
Wednesday the 19th works early morning
at
for
9
me.
a.m.
At 9 a.m.
I am not available at that
No?
time. No, I have a doctor's appointment that day.
On that Wednesday?
Yeah.
All right. Because you need to be there.
Well, what about
Thursday I'm fine as
Thursday,
well.
right, the 20th.
Thursday I can do in the morning.
The 20th, yes, at 9.
Thursday.
Thursday, the 20th.
At 9. Okay.
Anything else? No. All
All
right.
I have one thing. If you can just discuss briefly on the record the Carlos Perez versus Mike Mesa to explain exactly what that case is derived at and how we are not
a party to that litigation.
Look, it's pretty straightforward. The plaintiff and or his son, I believe it's the plaintiff in that case, Mr. Carlos Perez, owns a home in Miami Lakes. At one point, he decided to make some improvements to the interior of his house. Knock down some walls and things like that. For a variety of reasons, none of which are clear yet, he decided to proceed with some construction or other improvements that were not permitted and were not legal. He claims, and maybe he's right, I don't know that yet, that the reason that he couldn't get some of the inspections and some of the permits or whatever it was he needed was because of COVID restrictions. Our building department may have closed down for a little bit, things like that. Apparently it was right in that March 2020 era. Our building official, within his rights and with all due authority, insisted on compliance with the law. The problem is that the individual decided to not only make these improvements, but cover up what he did. As a result, no one could see behind the walls of what he did, so there was an issue as to what's behind the walls. Our building official felt that there was a certain type of testing that needed to be done. They wanted to do a less precise method of testing, which was less expensive. The building official repeatedly advised Mr. Perez that if he was not happy with his decision, that he could take it up to the Board of Rules and Appeals. There were various meetings, like we do with any number of residents and concerned citizens and issues. We are here to serve the residents of Miami Lakes, and we meet with any number of residents. Lawyers call us. Sometimes lobbyists call on you or others. I really don't get many calls from lobbyists. But we meet with them and we discuss things with them. We try to reach an accommodation. Those types of meetings occurred. I encourage you and I assure you those meetings will occur in the future. What was done in that case in meeting with Mr. Perez and others and his lawyers, who we all know, is there's nothing wrong with that. And to insinuate otherwise is inappropriate. We as a town, and none of the officials sitting up on this dais did anything wrong and did anything to trigger any sort of a lawsuit. It appears that there were certain conversations between someone on behalf of Mr. Perez and Mr. Mesa, something along that sort, that Mr. Perez has taken very personally. He has not sued the town of Miami Lakes. He has sued Mr. Mesa individually. I believe that he does not have a cause of action, and I believe that eventually Mr. Mesa will prevail. It's just that simple. He was well within his rights to make certain decisions. Because you make a decision that either the Board of Rules and Appeals or another court disagrees with, does not mean that you are acting in bad faith. So because the Board of Appeals, to a certain extent, not completely, disagreed with Mr. Mesa, does not mean that he individually did anything wrong, purposeful, sanctionable, or anything of the sort. But he has filed the lawsuit. We have insurance for this. We submitted the claim to our current insurance carrier, and we are submitting, because we have a claims-made policy, the policies cover only claims made during the period of time. But once they're aware of a claim, the policy of the previous year, if they were available, if they were informed of it, which they were, because they obviously defended us in Bora. So we're also going to file a claim with that carrier. Today is, I don't know if it's been done yet, but if it hasn't, it'll be done by tomorrow morning. We discussed it today. So that insurance carrier is defending is willing to defend Mr. Mesa. The manager and I, we have what's called a legal representation policy for current and former staff. We amended it in 2019 to include former staff, because a reading of it, at one point I noticed, if you read it, it could only be for current people. Well, that would mean the only ones that would be covered would be us sitting here and, current town employees, which is not good policy. So we amended it in 2019 and included former staff. So as a result, the way the legal representation policy works is the manager and I get together. We have to make a decision within 10 days, which we did over the holidays. We decide if it's something covered, things like that, whether it falls within their course and scope of their employment and things like that. And then we make a decision on whether our law firm should do it, which is the first line. And if not, then we decide on outside counsel. In this case, instead of our law firm billing the town for all the costs and expenses, because the insurance carrier provided coverage and provided defense counsel at no cost to the town, the manager and I decided that the firm appointed by the insurance carrier should cover, should defend Mr. Mesa. And that's the Weiss Sirota firm. That is the firm that, knows the case the best. They defended us at the Bora hearing. They've met with Mr. Mesa in the past. They've discussed all the issues. They know us well. We know many members of that law firm. It's a good working relationship. So the manager and I decided to offer the Weiss Sirota firm as the defense team, which costs nothing to the town. As of yet, Mr. Mesa went and retained Michael Pizzi to represent him for whatever reason. That's who he chose. Mr. Pizzi, as of yet, has not told us that the Weiss Sirota firm can defend Mr. Mesa. Mr. Pizzi has sent us correspondence that says all communications have to be conducted through his law firm. So far, that's been done. But so far, Mr. Pizzi went and filed a motion to dismiss without our authority, without the authority of the carrier, filed a notice of appearance, not having to. He had plenty of time, and the law firms that were representing the town had ample opportunity to do it, but you can't do it when another lawyer says, I represent the man, files a notice of appearance, and says any communications have to be through me. No member of the bar can contact Mr. Mesa directly. So right now, there may be issues involving whether Mr. Mesa will have insurance coverage and whether Mr. Mesa will have legal representation paid for or supplied by the town. Right now, we've done it, and we've done everything we're supposed to do. Whether how Mr. Mesa acts and the repercussions of same are between him and Mr. Pizzi, and they can make the decisions that they choose, and then they will have to suffer the repercussions if they do not agree to representation in accordance with the policy or in accordance with our legal representation policy.
And just
in
to
accordance
be
with
clear,
the insurance policy.
just to be clear, if he does not use the attorneys that you and the manager selected, then the town will not pay his legal bills for this defense.
That will be my recommendation to this council.
Okay, that would be my preference. I would not want us to pay Michael Peasy for representation of Mr. Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Raul, thank you. And, you know, I want to thank you for a very fair and honest kind of description of what's transpired. And I think it's been very polarized, whether you read the media or different social media posts, and even among us, right? It's a very contentious issue, and I think you did an excellent job of really speaking to the facts of the issue, and I applaud you for that. I shared some of my concerns with your colleague and you, really of all the litigation that we've been getting in. And, you know, really monetizing that. There has to be a dollar figure, because this council is going to have to find ways to pay for that. And one of the things I want to be transparent with my colleagues, something that I've asked of your firm, is how much do we need to put in the bucket?
Yep.
A lot of us have been talking about projects, right? We want to fund committees at 10,000. We want to, but that money's not here, right? We're already earmarking. Next meeting, there's going to be a pot of money. And one of the conversations we need to have, a very real conversation, is with all this litigation, there's going to be some unfunded needs that need to be addressed, right? So I've asked the attorneys to come back with that report and really put it in front of us, right? To start having that conversation, because while we might need streets, we need sidewalks, we need to fund committees, the reality is we're in a bunch of litigation right now that needs to be funded as well. And lawyers aren't cheap, right? So I've asked you for that. In
You
all
did,
fairness to
yeah.
you, just recently, you know,
Yeah,
you're not going to have it
you asked
ready.
me for it last week.
But I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
what we need to know, really, when that money comes in, whatever that money comes in, whether it be February meeting, March meeting, we need to have a strong suggestion of what that dollar mark is going to be, and understand that we're not going to be able to fund a lot of these projects that maybe we would have wanted to fund with those dollars. So, again, it's just not a sexy thing. It's not something that we like to hang our head on. It's not something that you can make a Facebook post or run a campaign on, but it's a very real reality of what we have to contend with right now.
Excellent.
I think that's
Anyone
it.
else?
I do have a moment of personal privilege before the meeting is adjourned.
Are we done with the attorney's report?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, yes.
Okay, Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And this message is really just for the public in general. And I mentioned it before in my comments. I had a friend of mine, someone that I went to school with in this community, passed away. Today we're honoring Frankie as well. This pandemic has taken a toll on all of us, whether we realize it or not. Mental health and suicide is a very real thing. If you know somebody going through a hard time, if you know somebody that needs help, please just reach out to them and offer that help. Whether they take it or not, you're doing them a service. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.